I believe that I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time. I'm a person who will spike the conversation, who will get politics rolling and stimulate new questions and new answers to our current political dilemma facing our nation. I believe I have a keen understanding of the economy and how to improve where we're at relative to other nations around the world. I believe that our goal at America's Third Party was to create a very strong platform in which would propel the American people forward with new opportunities and a new possibility of creating a better nation, a cleaner environment, and less war. That I am the best person for the job of President of the United States. My unique talents give me the ability to be assertive and diplomatic at the same time.
Okay, everybody, welcome to the show. Somehow my mic was muted. I'm here to talk about Mueller impaneling a grand jury to do a Russian probe. Thank you. And in the lieu of what's happening right now, the situation with Donald Trump is growing very ragged day by day. That's what's happening. I would love to be able to tell you that it's all going to go away very soon. But people like Jim Carrey are putting out stories that are just absolutely bizarre. Let's take a look at this story from Jim Carrey on his Twitter. This is very, very strange. Now, you know Jim Carrey has talked about the Illuminati, and he's gone out of his way to expose this group. And he says, tonight in West Virginia, @Real Donald Trump is expected to eat a baby on stage to the delight of his zombie base. It's hilarious that he would say that, because there is so much talk about evil and pedophilia and destruction of children going on in Washington that Jim Carrey is at his peak of wit by saying this. Yeah, very intelligent. He's a doofus. Yeah. Well, do you think you don't have to answer this, but do you think there's anything to that story of pedophiles in Washington, D.C. running our government? Hit 1 if you think so. If you don't think so, don't hit anything. Hit 1. I think so. I think something's going on. People are controlling our government from within, and they're not even looking into it. Thank you, guys. And thanks for your participation, all you guys getting 1 in there. We don't hesitate to talk about Pizzagate on our show. And by the way, today is Technology Thursday, so we're using all the technologies we have at our disposal. Fat Vinny the Bully says it's fake news, the Pizzagate story. Yeah. Have I heard of him? Boy, have I. Seems California has low-rise fires going on. Low-rise. You know, he's very knowledgeable, JFK, and I'm sure we could talk about Bill Maher's. That's a good question, Samizdat. He just died? I'm so sorry. Jim Maher's, I'm sorry. Jim Maher's. Yeah, let's have a moment of silence, folks. Jim Maher's was a journalist and expert on JFK, and he has passed away August 2nd, today, 2017, in Springtown, Texas. He was a newspaper journalist and New York Times best-selling writer of books and articles on a wide range of alleged cover-ups and conspiracies. Maher's was a prominent figure in the JFK conspiracy press, and his book Crossfire was a source for Oliver Stone's film JFK. He talked about aliens, 9/11, government conspiracies on these issues, telepathy, and secret societies. Now, what happened to him? Why did he die? Let's see. In 2017 June, additional announcements were made about the health issues Maher's was experiencing, including being on kidney dialysis. Eyesight problems is in one of his good eyes. And he died of a heart attack at the age of 73. Okay, and does anybody have video footage of him near his bed to verify that he wasn't killed by the heart attack weapon? I mean, the possibility is enormous that these people can wipe out anybody. Yeah, it's possible. He choked on a peanut. Okay. Well, whatever. If you don't believe that. Okay, it does sound like he passed away from natural causes. However, there's a lot of other issues that we aren't discussing. The Awan brothers, the DNC, an endless story about Sally Wasserman Schultz hiring these Pakistani men who they got paid. Their entire family got $4 million over the years they worked. And Sally Wasserman Schultz, the former chairwoman of the DNC, was paying them even up until recently. Now, one of them, Imran Awan, went over the border with $160,000 in money that he got acquired illegally. And they've been trying to move money over to Pakistan, and the government's watching them. So they're the likely suspects in the death of Seth Rich and Sean Lucas, in my opinion. Now, I'm not a criminologist. I'm just an average person. But I believe that those men, the Awan brothers, possibly were involved in the death of Seth Rich and Sean Lucas. And I'm not the only one that's saying that, but I'm probably the only politician saying it. All right. Well, I'm average in so many ways, but not in the ways that, make you impressed. So obviously I have to do my best to impress you, because you want an impressing president, especially after looking at this doldrum, this joke of a president, this guy who's living in, I think he's living in darkness, because he's taken 10 or more of my ideas and morphed them into some bastardized, cherry-picked idea that he thinks will sell, and he doesn't even know what they mean. Like the mobile medical unit wasn't even mentioned in the healthcare bill. I mean, the mobile medical units are the basis of our technological development for the 21st century. They give immediate healthcare solutions everywhere in the country to anybody who needs it. So I'm very concerned that we haven't seen the mobile medical unit blow out at all. He used the idea, though, in the campaign. So these ideas, like we talk about every night in our show, have been discussed and passed around and talked about. I want to revamp the VA using the mobile medical unit system and make a really state-of-the-art, good, solid VA system that really runs well. So much so that we can bring people from the street in, and no problem, we'll take care of it. The Trump Organization says Secret Service is no longer leasing space in Trump Tower. Oh, good. Good. Where are they staying? In trailers? Okay. Well, for weeks now, or months, 7 months now, Trump's security forces have been guarding Melania. But the Secret Service is no longer leasing space, according to the Trump Organization. The Post reported, citing 2 unnamed sources familiar with discussions. They left its Midtown digs in Trump Tower after a dispute over the terms of its lease, and particularly the price and other conditions. No kidding. So he was really ripping them off in the Secret Service. Those guys they're smart. They're not stupid. They're top students in their education plan. So they just looked at it and said, no way we're going to pay these highly uncompetitive rates. After much consideration, it was mutually determined that it would be more cost-effective and logistically practical for the Secret Service to lease space elsewhere. All right, folks. Well, that ends Trump's little dining off the government tit, claiming that he's not taking any salary, but he's certainly taking $150,000 per leased floor per month. Yeah, can you imagine? Almost more than $300,000 a month have been doled out to Trump Enterprises just to pay for the Secret Service to guard Melania. $300,000 a month plus $150,000 a day on top of it. I don't know what that is. I'll have to look at that later. New Donald Pants Italian. Okay, Concordi, thank you. I'll keep that in the queue. Excellent. So we bring in a lot of links in the show, and if you have any links, folks, you want to present them to the show, feel free. I add them to my playlist, and we're already in August now, so we're adding it to the New 8 playlist. If you ever go to our website at youtube.com/America's Third Party, you can look at the YouTube playlist New 8. If you want to go back to July, go to New 7, New 6. You get the whole concept. June is the 6th month, July is the 7th month, and August is the 8th month. Okay. Well, Eric, thanks for your honesty, but I'm going to kick you out of the show because nobody wants to see somebody saying they want to attack them. No, I don't play golf. The last game of golf I played, I got a hole-in-one, and I was only 13 years old. I'm incredibly talented athletically, but I don't want to brag. I'm just going to kind of leave it at that. If I continue playing golf, I may look like a total idiot and miss the ball completely. So I'm not going to be playing golf when president. I'll be focusing on the day-to-day tasks of building the nation, because we really have to rebuild the nation. Our country's infrastructure is collapsing. Donald Trump's not doing basic things like doling out $25 billion to the infrastructure of the bridges. We need to get $25 billion to the bridges. It's absolutely insane that we haven't done this. The idea of getting bridges rebuilt, we're not even hiring U.S. citizens. Obama already contracted a national Chinese firm to come in and do it. So we've got to get back to fixing our infrastructure. Stop paying billions to Lockheed Martin. We just gave $15 billion to Lockheed Martin. We're never going to get it back, mind you. He's speaking tonight? Okay. We're never going to get that money back. But it's ironic that you want to know about Rick Larson. Okay. I don't know a lot about the guy other than he's an incompetent politician who is representing our area here. That's about all I know. Hey, Doobster. Welcome to the show, man. You finally gave up some of that hard work you're doing. Working nonstop, no doubt. He doesn't know anything but work. He's got to be pulled into the show. You probably turned us on in your workspace. Kushner Company is said to be under investigation over the visa program. You know, Donald Trump brought a massive swamp of characters into the White House. It's kind of bizarre, but Kushner is not exactly the brightest guy in the world. He just likes money, and his family bred him to do that. So he has all this baggage that is on top of the Trump connections, is going to be undertow for the administration. They're looking into the role Kushner's sister played, Nicole Meyer, according to a person familiar with the matter. The so-called EB-5 program, which offers visas to foreigners in exchange for $500,000 investment. Yeah, and critics say the program has weak oversight and lax rules. Remember, his sister, Nicole Meyer, actually was trying to tell Chinese investors that if they don't buy into this $500,000 investment right away, they won't get into the EB-5 program, and Donald is going to pull the plug on it. So she used influence as part of a conflict of interest case we're looking at. She used influence to try to make sales. Not legal. Well, he can hold a rally anytime he wants to offer free gifts and vouchers. I understand Donald Trump advertises his rallies in Craigslist and offers vouchers for people to get free things when they go there. That's all bribery. Bribing people to go to your rallies. And I'm not paying anybody to come to my show, okay? You're watching it naturally, and it's free. Obviously, it's fun to have a free show, and I don't mind doing it for free. So it's a whole different tempo here and a kind of a mindset. We're not into making money constantly and giving people money to do what they're doing. That's the corrupt world. That's the two-party system. I handed over the blimp plane schematics in my mind, really, to the Boeing representatives at an event I went to in 2009. The swamp is about to break. Are there levees in D.C.? I know, Truth Seeker Don. I don't think... Yeah, well, I don't pay anybody $5 because we don't have anybody on our payroll. We are doing this through volunteerism. You're buffering, now frozen. If you're not watching us at americasthirdparty.com, you're making a mistake, because our show really cannot be seen properly on the Vaughn Network anymore. Now, I also have an iBlog show. You're welcome to go in there, man. Seriously, I can have a private conversation with you guys like Jackson and others. If you want to get in there, try that one. I'm rolling out in real time at iBlog. I got a flash-driven battle cam feed at America's Third Party, combined with the Vaughn chat, so you can still see the Vaughn chat. Yeah, Mark is messing up the signal something fierce, and we know that he's relatively unable to write good code. When you take a look at his code, it's riddled with errors. I opened up the Google Chrome console for the developer tools, and I was surprised. I really was. It was disgusting how many code errors that were coming up. The parsers are sending out error requests that are slowing down the upload. So by the time an upload occurs, it's 15-20 seconds later. Okay, amazing stories in Detroit. Half of the 8 mayoral candidates are known felons. So people in Detroit want to fix the problems, but since there are so many felons, they're saying, yeah, I want to run for office too. Yeah, they've been convicted of felony crimes involving drugs, assault, or weapons. While 3 were charged with gun crimes and 2 for assault with intent to commit murder. Some of the offenses date back decades, the earliest 1977, and the most recent 2008. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if a felon gets elected in Detroit. And I believe that people can be somewhat rehabilitated, but there's always a factor they may, yeah, view page source and look at the errors. Exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about, 414. And I'm not gay, in case people are saying these things about me. I don't understand, you know, at this time in our history, why people are so discriminatory toward gays. That's what kind of blows my mind. I mean, I see it in the chat room, and I can see why the Democrats were getting so much favor with people going, oh, you're hurting somebody's feelings. That's a hate crime. Bad. Hate crime. And I don't believe there are such things as verbal hate crimes when you have free speech. There are, however, catches to that, like you can't scream fire in a theater. I just can't imagine anybody... Yeah, so it's like we haven't really adapted to free speech. But bottom line is, if you're being sexually harassed and you're a homosexual and somebody's going, you're gay, you're totally gay, and you just turn back and say, that's a hate crime, stop it, I'm going to prosecute. You should have that right, okay? And your prosecution will go to court and you will sue the crap out of those hetero people. They're actually homophobes that are hitting on you. Yeah. You know, homophobes generally are gay. They're bi-curious. That's why they're so, you're gay, that kind of thing. It's a compensation issue. Hey, Eric, how you doing? Trump, oh, apparently this is a true story about Trump and his pee-pee tape. You know, the dossier Trump has on him in Russia that the CIA and the FBI have confirmed are accurate. Well, late night Trump adversary Stephen Colbert is calling out the Main Street media for failing to corroborate or disprove the existence of an alleged PP tape starring Donald Trump. And instead of just harping on journalists for not doing their work, he took it upon himself to travel to Moscow in search of the fabled tape. If you haven't heard of P-Gate, congrats on waking up from the coma. Here's a quick recap to celebrate your recovery. 10 days before Trump took office, BuzzFeed published a dossier filled with compromising claims regarding the president-elect. The most unsavory of all was the allegation that Trump hired Russian prostitutes to perform an obscene act in a Russian hotel. Here's how the dossier describes the alleged incident. Trump's perverted conduct in Moscow included hiring the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, where he knew President and Mrs. Obama, whom he hated, had stayed in one of their official trips to Russia, and defiling the bed where they had slept by employing a number of prostitutes to perform a golden showers urination ritual in front of him. The hotel was known to be under FSB control, with microphones and concealed cameras in all the main rooms to record anything they wanted. The allegations surfaced over 6 months ago, but no mainstream media outlets have verified or disproven the existence of the tape. Your CNNs, your MSNBCs, your Foxes, they've all said, oh, that's too salacious for us to even look into. But it's the only part we care about. Colbert said, and to prove his point, he coaxed the studio audience into chanting PP tape on last night's show. Well, you know, I think inquiring minds have a right to know. I can't believe it. A person would even do such a thing, because it's beyond my comprehension that somebody would. Yeah, it's just beyond belief. Something's not right with Donald if this is true. Going with that predicated thought, let's move on. You want to make a PP tape? Well, isn't that special? Is he? Did Colbert draft dodge? Was he on it? You mean Colbert didn't even fill out the selective service documents? You have proof of that? Even Republicans don't like Congress anymore. Really. House Speaker Paul Ryan left, and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell on Capitol Hill in February. Congress sank to a 10% approval rating in a new Quinnipiac University poll. More than 1 in 3 Republicans said that they had favorable view in March, but now it's just 14% of the Republican voters who give Congress thumbs up. Yeah, that's kind of old news for me too. I'm reading chat. Colbert is pronounced Colbert. Okay. I call it Colbert because it sounds kind of like French. Yeah, I prefer that. Stephen Colbert. You don't mind if I do the French pronunciation, do you? But of course. It is like a Stephen Colbert. Colbert, no. That's not the way he pronounces his name. If he pronounces his name that way, it needs to be repronounced. Tell him to stop pronouncing his name that way. That's improper. It's improper French as it's translated into English. Clearly, it's not part of the king's language. What is he, French or something? Hey, Bad Dog, I didn't see you there, man. Hi. Hi. Kolba. Sponheim is German. Some people pronounce it Spoonheim. The Norwegians do. Spawn is the word comes from wood. Like, you know, you're holding some wood. You know what I mean? Spawn could also be spoon, because my family created the first wooden spoon. So we invented the spoon, and we haven't received any royalties at all for centuries. Centuries, no royalties. Not one stitch of royalty. Yes, spoon. So you can call me Spoonheim, home of the spoon. No, it's not Ashkenazi. I'm not in any way Jewish. But the ones that are surrounding Donald Trump, the Zionist Jewish person, yeah, his daughter's Jewish. We invented the spoon. So I'm not asking for money for the spoon. You know the intermittent wiper lady that came up with the intermittent wipe? She won $15 million, like way, way later. She's the lady that came up with how to move the thing slowly. Yeah. And anyway, I'm not going to ask for money or royalties for the spoon. You can use the spoon freely. It's open source spoon technology tonight. Any spoon derivative of the original spoon can all be used by you freely without any cost whatsoever. Isn't that the way the world should be? I've got some interactive ideas like that that are completely open source. And we put a lot of these ideas in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. But the best ideas are the ones that people go, "Ooh, that'll never work. That sucks. That's the worst idea ever." Well, like this idea. The Savonius windmill attached to a vertical pole anywhere in the country. You don't have any idea how many electric poles there are in the country? I don't. I'd like you to find out. Could you look that number up for me? Thank you. But these are concepts that actually get people thinking. It's like, well, how does that work? It's a Savonius vertical windmill. It picks up air at 5 miles per hour wind speeds. Well, I don't know. As you know, that in China they use chopsticks. So when we developed a spoon, my family was really quite inventive, I thought. Yeah, 15,000 citizens who watch Craigslist for ways to get money at the rally. Yeah, I know. The rally people they get money to go to the rallies. He hands them vouchers, cash vouchers. You didn't know that? All right, we're going to mute anything that's irrelevant to politics and whatever is important. CIA Dumbo hacks PC cameras, microphones, files, WikiLeaks. I have a question for somebody at the CIA or the NSA. How come nobody's pursuing the leaker of the Vault 7 files or the Guccifer 2 files? How come there's no investigation internally going on? That's very weird. Dumbo enables agents to either create fake evidence of their own intrusion or destroy all real traces of the security break. Wow. The whistleblower organization published everything in the field guide to the user manual of the CIA hacking system. Yep, that's what happened. The Vault 7 thing was a complete reveal. Apparently there's a program in there called Dumbo. It can identify, control, and manipulate monitoring and detection systems on a target computer running Microsoft Windows operating system. Wow, that's scary. Well, my suspicion, the reason why they're not investigating anybody at the NSA for leaking the Vault 7 files is because they did it purposely. Now, hear me out for a second. They purposely released all their tools because they know they've been using them for 10 or 15 years. Thomas Drake revealed what they were doing back in 2010. The Edward Snowden revealed what they were doing, but more importantly, they've been using these techniques to get into our files, and they just said, well, we're going to put them out there so that nobody can blame them. It's, oh, well, anybody has those files. Yeah. Anybody can get those things. Would you prefer me in this position? I am trying to align my shoulders to be appropriate. Yeah, isn't that a good point? Yeah. So they're just putting them out there so that nobody can be suspected at the NSA of doing something. That's really why they did it. It's not a bad idea from that perspective, but most likely somebody in the NSA knows why they did it, and whoever did that, that's the person who's going to be blamed. No, nothing's disturbing about me. Everything's beautiful. Everything is beautiful. So you're going to release your original motion picture titled PP? Wow. This is a big reveal now. Is this going to be a rated G, or how are you going to do this? Yes, of course we would work to repeal the Patriot Act, but Congress has to make the final measure on that. You know, the Samson option has been discussed. It is basically what's holding peace together and keeping peace from happening. Everyone knows Israel has the Samson option, and everyone knows they have the ability to strike back with deadly force. An interesting note, one of the WikiLeaks emails from Colin Powell revealed that he was writing a letter to Hillary saying he knew that Israel had 200 nuclear weapons, that we sold them. Now, all of that is top secret information, but we found it out in WikiLeaks Maybe it's true. If so, we need to get Israel to sign the nuclear non-proliferation agreement at the very least. We're never going to be able to erase their Samson option. No, I think I've found that there's a huge benefit to eating seaweed. Yeah. And I don't have cancer, so you're all off base there, buddy. Yeah, there was a study done of lung cancer patients in Japan, and we've got viewers in Japan right now. And it turns out that they have the lowest amount of lung cancer per capita of any country. Yet they have nearly half of their population smoking cigarettes. Seaweed's really good. You can't even tell it's in the food. So we will have solar panels and all types of vertical windmills working at various levels throughout our government. We're going to keep a backbone of green energy rolling, especially if the grid goes down. This type of thing could be very effective in keeping an EMP, electromagnetic pulse, from affecting our entire electric grid. It could trickle energy back into the solenoids that have been fried. I am not HIV, no. I have no cancer, man. Well, my wakami came from right around the time Fukushima happened. When Fukushima occurred, I went out that day, and I mean the day it happened, and bought all of the wakami on my shelf, my grocer's shelf. And these things, packages are only $1.50 a piece. I cleaned them out. I bought like 12 packages of that stuff. I said, I'm going to get it because it was harvested before the Fukushima disaster occurred. Hey, but you know, I still buy seaweed from South Korea. I do. It's farm raised, it's controlled conditions. I'm not that worried about it. They make really good seaweed. I mean, have you ever tried dieting? You take these seaweed things and they're like wafers, and you put them in your mouth. They're great. They make you feel better, and you can go without food if you're cutting back on edibles. Okay, 1 is the loneliest number that you'll ever do. 2 can be as lonely as 1, but the number 1 is the only one. Hey, I think that if you're in a situation where you're depressed, and I told this to a person recently who's suffering from pretty severe depression, and the world is just caving in on you, you don't have one monkey on your back, you've got 20. I urge everybody to use a very simple technique. Drink coffee and take showers, hot showers, and then sit there in your room and listen to music. You'll be amazed at how your mind will erase a lot of the negative thoughts in your mind. Coffee reduces depression so much so that they did a study showing that 51% reduction in psychotic or any kind of suicidal ideation from people that drink coffee. That's significant, 51% reduction. So if you're having a problem in your life, coffee I really urge you to look at as a homeopathic remedy to mild headaches and possibly, depression. Anyways, a little tidbit there to give you guys more information about what's going on in your life. No, I was at Costco just the other day. Yeah. So Jim Mars passed away. The Costco guy passed away. Wow, a lot of windows. Yeah, so Jim Mars was a conspiracy guy. He passed away. Fort Worth, Texas. We covered that. Costco co-founder just died. Costco is a big store here in America. It's really grown, and a lot of people are amazed at how well it's going. But Costco's co-founder and chairman has passed away. Jeff Brotman was his name. He was 74, practically the same age as Jim Mars. He served as chairman. Jeff Brotman is the guy on the right. He passed away. So condolences go out to those people. You know, I was surprised when we went to Costco. I didn't see a black flag hanging out or anything. You know, or the flag at half-mast or anything. So you believe antibiotics and vitamin C help? That's good. Good to know. How would she ever press charges? I'm the one who would be pressing charges against her. Yeah. You know, I agree with you. Costco is no cheaper, but they have a throughput of stuff that's fresh. They have a really fast, like especially in their vegetable section. If you're a vegetable and you're walking in the vegetable section, you want fresh vegetables. The Queen is wearing her drawers at half-mast. Yeah, I'm actually quite upset that Cairo got rid of all the footage in front of my house. They virtually tricked me into talking to them. And I still believe that they did something very, very nefarious by posting the blackface video in that 12-second cut edited piece on the swatting that occurred. The piece itself has me talking for no more than maybe 5 or 6 seconds. But I told them specifically it had nothing to do with the blackface thing. And they purposely framed it around the blackface video. I did a blackface video back in 2008. And another one in 2014. Yeah. I agree. I don't consider that a good piece. The Rolling Stone piece claiming that I'm a bizarre fringe candidate, that was completely disastrous. I mean, that's libel. I could argue that that is libel. Blackface video deserves an Oscar. Thank you, 516. Appreciate it. Yeah. I can't wait to make that happen. I think we've got Max in here. Dave, what about the cooking show? Well, today I made a blend of turkey, Costco turkey, and breast of turkey. And inside I put tuna fish. And I call it Turkey by the Sea wraps. And I wrapped them around a romaine lettuce leaf with a mayo yogurt combo. Very low cal. I mean, really. No, I'm not a fringe. No, in no way am I a bizarre fringe candidate. Are you kidding me? I represent America. I'm a slice of Americana. Calling me bizarre is really bizarre in and of itself. Yeah, Trump's transcript leak, likely a federal crime, former prosecutors say. I also think that Trump may have blown it with telling Donald Jr. what to say. Influencing his son and his testimony. That's illegal. Thank you, Max. Yeah, it was tuna stuffed inside of a turkey roll. It was kind of cool. It was like, it came to me, I said, wow, I really want to try a taste of this turkey. And I actually, when I first tried it, I took the turkey and wrapped it around the tuna fish. And it was amazing. The taste was like, whoa. You scored 100, excellent. Yeah, it was like, wow. Best of both worlds. Turkey and tuna. Turkey by the Sea. Amazon goes all in with Big Pharma to take over the drug retail industry. They want to be your medication dealer. That's interesting. Amazon wants to get into Whole Foods. Now they want to get into big medicine.
They want to control everything.
Yeah, it seems like Amazon. This guy's lust for power is endless. Not only does Jeff Bezos have this weird look on his face all the time, he has the strangest laugh on earth. Many people are beginning to believe that he may be an alien. But anyone surprised that Amazon.com, led by globalist profiteer Jeff Bezos, also owner of the American hating fake news rag known as Washington Post, who wants to be your medication dealer? According to numerous media reports, Bezos plans to take over the pharmaceutical retailing industry and turn Amazon into an elaborate drug dealing machine that earns $50 billion more each year while poisoning the world with toxic prescription medications. Yeah. Well, while literally tens of millions of people have been killed by Big Pharma's deadly drugs since 2000, Jeff Bezos thinks the number isn't high enough and wants to profit from the mass chemically poisoning of humanity, now taking place at a Holocaust scale. That's over the map. So Sarah's here.
Yes, natural news always uses
big words, yeah. I don't think Mike Adams, the health ranger, is the only guy writing that stuff. I think he's got a team of people like RT. David, you what? Poison? What? No, huh? I would never touch a woman or hurt a woman. That's just ridiculous. Always recognize that women are divine and should be revered. Oh, thank you. Perot was a crazy nader smoking hippie, and I'm bizarre. Yeah, see, I don't think I am. I have raised my voice in the show, and Sarah was in the show, but I don't yell at Sarah, no. I don't have any police reports. You're out of your mind. What we have are incident reports of people accusing things going on here, and people and the sheriff's coming out to talk to us. That's all we have. I've never done anything bad. Okay, thank you. That's awesome. It is kind of bizarre, her sitting behind me, but I'm going to exchange seats with her, and we're going to have another moment of, yeah, time where you get calm, and some people kind of relax. This is their time to nap. Some people are working on their brain power by using the books that Sarah is reciting from to add to their thought process.
Thank you, add the one.
Max, don't make statements like that. That's just not true. You know that's not true. Okay, thank you so much. I'll be back. I'm going to have a little taste of my rap. Thank you. Stay cool.
Okay, I'll try not to give affection more than a back rub to David. That's it. I totally deny that. 929. To go with what you said, I will totally deny everything. Don't eat the turkey seafood wrap. I know. Whatever, David. David makes interesting food. May you live in interesting times. Oh my God. Alright. I just wonder why I don't think David understands what I tried to do for him. But I'll do it again. He put... No, usually he doesn't put cottage cheese in the tuna. I don't think we have any cottage cheese in our house. I think he put... I can see him putting yogurt in the mayonnaise because he does that all the time. Yes, I will be older and alone if anything happens to David. Well, you have me to talk to. What's going on? I don't have anyone to talk to. Anything happens to David. Did he put sardines in it? I don't know. Hello, Ron Brown. Rated Pete. Hello, Ace Fan. Hello, Jackson. Oh, Dirk, you're hilarious. You're looking forward to a rose garden wedding. Yes, me too. One day. Yeah, I can see him putting paprika and dillweed. He puts that in a lot of different foods. Whatever that is. 516. I'm so sorry, Sammy's dad. I will add you to my text chat greeting database. Sammy's dad. Hello. Oh, someone asked who I'd like to be on, what musicians I like. I like Ed Sheeran. I am having a great summer vacation. Are you having a great summer vacation? Have you been reading any good books? I read one book for fun, and then I read one book that's like kind of nonfiction that's so-so. Yes, exactly, 914. David just, you know, that's what it is. Well, of course, guys say, yes, that's what I am, a female daydreamer. Good. I'm glad to hear it, 989. A guy set a new record for hanging upside down on the bungee jump. I hope he doesn't get any, like, brain trauma from that. Hello, Ace Fan and Jackson. Yes, we're doing well and live tonight. Sure. David has awesome abs. All right, moving on to trivia. Let's see. Yesterday, we did some world literature and philosophy and religion. We could continue with the theme and do conventions of written English. So this is kind of interesting. I might have done these before, or read these before. Okay, what is a punctuation mark? These are going to start with the letter D. A punctuation mark used to indicate a sudden break in thought, or to set off parenthetical material, or to take place of such expressions as that is and namely. Well, thank you, 575. David is in the other room. He typed in the 50 meter. Oh, it's actually a dash. Some of you put comma, some of you put dash, some of you put colon. This one is a dash. He's running for re-election, dash if he lives until then. Very few people in this class, dash 3 to be exact, dash have completed their projects. She joined the chorus for only one reason, dash, she loves to sing. In the last example, where the parenthetical material comes at the end of the sentence rather than the middle, a colon could be used instead of a dash. Oh, good job, Sammy's dad. Yes, if you were a registered user, you wouldn't be cut off mid-sentence. All right, what are languages that are no longer spoken? The name for all languages that are no longer spoken, not just specific ones that are no longer spoken. No, 516. Just because someone's a man doesn't mean that. No, I won't get a tattoo. Correct. Dead languages. Correct. Good job, 952 and 770. Someone said extinct, that'll count too. Some dead languages, such as Latin, Ancient Greek, and Sanskrit, may nevertheless be studied by large numbers of people because of their literary or historical importance. Hello, Misanthropy. Thanks to you, I did a little work on my YouTube channel today. I put a new channel art in there. Very good, you're learning. Good. All right. In grammar, what is the kind of sentence that makes a statement like he eats yogurt? Is this type of sentence? Correct. Close enough. It is indeed a declarative sentence. David is purging from the other room. Thank you, David. He'll come in and say, why aren't you purging or banning people? Well, because I know you're watching from the other room. All right. What is the word the? Such as in such as the dog, or the boats, or the heavy anchor. It is actually, I don't know if it's a participle. It's a certain type of article. Because usually there's two different articles. One is a or an, and the other one is the. It doesn't really help you in life to know that the is this. The is a definite article. Good job, 952. You're a registered owner and you can make extremely long posts. Wouldn't you like to be able to make extremely long posts? Register a username and you'll be able to make extremely long posts. You too could leave a... That is so funny, Sammy Zat. Oh. All right. That means the only one, correct. It's an article that precedes the names of specific items, whereas a can refer to one out of many. Swimming's only hope, that would be using a possessive with a grunt. The swimming's rules. All right. What are pronouns that point to specific things, such as this, that, these, and those? As in, this is an apple, those are boys, or take these to the clerk. Oh, the possessive with your joining. Yeah, that's a good point. Not personal pronouns, no. Good guess. No problem. Abnormal. November 2017. What is this? No worries. All right, it is a demonstrative. A million mask march. A demonstrative pronoun. Oh, wild dirt. The same words, this, that, these, and those, are used as demonstrative adjectives when they modify nouns or pronouns. This apple, those boys. So, this, that, these, and those, demonstrative. It's demonstrating. This boy right over here is about to demonstrate to you what demonstrative pronouns are. That would be good. Demonstrate, demonstrative. Can't really demonstrate without those boys or this ball or these apples. I am in Washington State, correct. All right, I'll learn that demonstrative pronouns. I would have gotten that one wrong. Just so you know, I did not know the answer to that question. You eat an apple a day? Nice. I don't. I still have an apple that's sitting in my kitchen for the last month. I don't know who Lardo is. I think it was somebody who used to cast. Maybe they still do cast, but I never go to any other shows, so I don't know who that is. She's someone who used to come and watch our show. Second question, good point. Good point, Sammy's dad. Tell David to wear a cape. Well, I think he already does a great job wearing a sports coat. But he shouldn't wear a sports coat today because it's very hot. Alright, new clue. What is the basic dictionary meaning of a word without its connotations? Never knew that. I thought it was a definition too. I would say definition. Good job. They say it's a denotation. Denotation. Because it doesn't have its connotations. For example, the denotation of the word modern is belonging to recent times. Although the word may have different connotations, like modern music. Well, I guess that is belonging to recent times. Good job, 261. Modern art doesn't always belong to recent times, I guess. All right, thank you, Sammy's that. Oh, Ghost. You make me laugh. Well, if I had all of those in front of me, I'll give that to you, 960, but I don't know who those are. I have a book, but it doesn't have that information in it. Do I like this tattoo? I will never have a tattoo, and definitely not that tattoo. No, I don't like it. I can appreciate nice tattoos, and that must have hurt a lot. I don't really like it. Nope, never gonna happen, Salty Dog. You should go to like Chatterbait or something like that. No, David's never gonna get a tattoo either. Actually, that's one of the reasons I'm not getting a tattoo, is because David doesn't like tattoos. No, that's not gonna happen either, 916. Alright. Interesting denotation. Alright, what is the solution or outcome of the plot of a play or novel? In many tragedies, the main character dies. Correct. 952, you've been doing very well tonight. You must know your conventions of written English. It is a denouement. Or denouement. Denouement. Yep, David's typing, I don't do tattoos. Sure, you can bypass trivia. Just don't watch the show until David comes back. That'll work. Hello, Mystify Me, and hi, Add the One. Good job, 906. Hello, Ace Fan. Thank you. I'm glad you're back. Alright, what is a clause that does not stand alone as a sentence, but needs another clause to complete its meaning? Like, when I get my braces off. That's an example of this type of clause. Not the Santa Claus cute, though. Correct. They are dependent clauses. You can also say they're subordinate clauses. The rest of the sentence would say, I will be very happy, or I will finally chew gum when I get my braces off. Oh, let me move. Just one moment.
Well, I can navigate around you.
Your chair's here, though.
Oh, okay.
That's the problem.
Let me have you move your drink. There you go. Thank you. Whoa, yes, yay. I'm here. Thank you.
And that was good water.
Well, I made you a beautiful wrap in there, and it's all set for you. I made some lettuce wraps, too.
Oh, you're Buckra. No wonder you do so well, 952.
Yeah.
Buckra is always like the master of trivia.
Yeah, so 952 is in here as Buckra. Was she having problems getting in?
Oh. I don't know. Were you having problems getting in, Buckra?
Yeah, apparently she was. Otherwise, she wouldn't be coming in as a guest, you know.
No, yeah.
Yeah, I'm concerned about all of us.
When's your birthday, Misanthropy? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Misanthropy. Wow. That's fantastic.
That would be a very long drive, Salty Dog.
Okay, thank you. I'll be back.
The end of the month, yes, you can choose your trivia topic. I'll have to research it while you're... I'll try the wraps, sure. That's funny, Vincolitis, that picture. Okay. Good night, Dirk. I'm so happy that you were able to see us from the library. Bye, any other library people that are watching. Oh, you're the August baby too, Mystify Me? Isn't Mad Dog also an August baby? Ha. Maybe, Misanthropy. That would be fun. Thanks, Froggy. Thumbs up to you, too. Okay. Alright. Okay, I guess David's gonna be a little while, so I'll keep going. What is a system used in libraries for the classifications of books and other publications? It uses the numbers 000 to 999 to cover the general fields of knowledge and subdivides each field by the use of decimals and letters. Correct. Good job. It is, in fact, the Dewey Decimal System. It was named after its inventor, Melville Dewey. He must have had a huge amount of books. It's like, how do I organize all of my books? Thank you very much, Froggy. You're welcome. You kissed your first girlfriend behind the history section in the library. Was that was your first kiss? How sweet. Well, maybe it was before those days, but yes, I'm sure he had something about sci-fi and aliens too or something. All right, what is the choice of words? It is effective when words are appropriate to an audience. A man might refer to his car as his wheels in casual conversation with a friend, but if he were writing an essay for a group of economists, he would write, people base their decision to buy an automobile on the following considerations. Not, people base their decision to buy wheels on the following considerations. The choice of words. Ha. Close. Misanthropy. It's diction. Diction. See, it's interactive tonight. Great. Yes, Ron. It is interactive. So a question came in. Sarah, where was your first kiss? I did like the first kiss on my neck. That would be good. Where was I when I first kissed David? I think we were outside a Denny's restaurant. But then the next day was even better because we went over a cliff. Like we went on this cliff that's overlooking the water, the ocean, and right by the redwoods. And that was really great. Fantastic. Yeah, and then that was like a very romantic day. It was like our first really big date day. I think I ordered coffee. David ordered coffee. It was late at night, and that's why we went to Denny's, because I was working at a restaurant and my restaurant closed down. And then we went out to Denny's afterwards. Not that night. It's 555. How long ago did I meet David? 18 years ago. Cool story. What else is new? I don't think I need to apply at Denny's first thing tomorrow. And the Denny's that's closest to me needs a thorough cleaning. Yeah, it was instant attraction when I met David. Definitely. What is my political website? AmericasThirdParty.com. That's my political website. Don't go to the Denny's near me. The Denny's I went to was way down. It was down in the Redwoods area. I have eaten biscuits and gravy, but not from Denny's. My grandpa made really good biscuits and gravy, but he's passed now. Oh, they have McCain Denny's shredded hash browns. They did make pretty good hash browns, that's true. I've been to Cracker Barrel once or twice. It was pretty good. It was alright. Like the cheese, I like Cracker Barrel cheese. Yes, they are pretty greasy. I've only really eaten breakfast there too. I do like chicken and dumplings, yes. But I've only had them very rarely. I would have to make them, I guess. Oh, yes, you see the name. I am kind of actually a Southern girl. I was born in the South. Isn't that from that movie, Abnormal? It's a movie quote. Is the New Wave oven better chicken than a crock pot chicken? I would say yes. If you're looking at buying either a crock pot or a New Wave, I guess it depends, but I kind of do like the New Wave a lot because the fact is it's kind of like a rotisserie chicken in that you cook the chicken on this grill that sits above a tray. And so all of the grease and all of that falls into the tray. Whereas if you're cooking a whole chicken in a crock pot, then like any grease that falls off of it, it's still in the same pan. Yeah, I would say that the New Wave is kind of like a rotisserie chicken. The thing, what you have to do is you have to turn it like halfway through the one. So yeah, it's really good. And I mean, we've only used our New Wave once or twice, and I really like it. Now, I'll tell you one thing I did. I actually cooked a full chicken in a solar cooker without using an oven. Not today, but I did that one day. It was pretty amazing. I have this almost like a turkey pan with a lid, and I put a whole chicken in there, frozen in the morning, and cut up some celery and carrots and potatoes and put those on the side of it, and I cooked it out and put of course some spices in it. I cooked it outside. That was pretty amazing. I haven't made coffee canister ice cream. I did make homemade ice cream once when I was a little kid. Oh, the standard lid cover on the New Wave will eventually break. You have to get the heavy duty one. Okay, that's good to know. We would have to, yeah, I guess it'll be okay since we don't use it that often. But I guess making sure you use it appropriately and put it on that little resting tray and all those things. You like the cooking shows? That's good. Well, I'm sure Denny's hires cooks, but I'm not going to go work at Denny's. Thank you. Yeah, I try to watch a little bit of what I eat. Like today I could have had like a pizza or a salad for lunch, and I chose a salad. Checkers. I don't know if I've ever been to Checkers. Yeah, I was at like a little restaurant. Okay, shall we do a new clue? Yes. What is a noun, pronoun, or group of words serving as the receiving end of an action, such as the ball and Tabitha hit the ball? It can be a word, a phrase, or a clause, such as Sammy chose rusty is a word, or I will never understand why he came home. Why he came home is a phrase. Correct. Correct. 952, close enough, and Rex is closer. Direct object. Direct object. So there's a subject. I would say with the letter S, there's the subject and then the object, like I hit the ball. So the subject does it and the object kind of gets it done to them. Subject, object. Oh, I liked Long John Silver's. The fish and chips. They used to have another fish and chips place near me. On the East Coast, they have that donut store that they don't have out here. Anyway. Captain D's. Really? An English teacher? Don't worry. I think... Hello, Mad Dog. So your birthday's coming up too, isn't it? Good. Yes, Froggy. A verb is an action word. And a noun is a person, place, thing, or idea. And then there's certain types of nouns. August 23rd. And Misanthropy said his birthday's coming up in the end of August too. Thanks, Ozarks. I agree. 38 again. Yes, I need to throw a birthday party for Misanthropy, Mad Dog, and Mystify Me. All the M's are in August. Thank you, Politics for Dummies. Politics for Dummies says, Sarah speaks great English, I have to admit. Some Americans lack the ability to speak the native language. Sarah does it well. Thank you. Good job. Yes, I agree with Mystify Me. There's no such thing as a perfect wife. All right. Direct object. Compare to indirect object. I'll have to compare that. Indirect object is a noun, pronoun, or group of words naming something indirectly affected by the action of a verb. She showed me some carpet samples. The agent handed the Prentice family their tickets. They can often take this or suggest the preposition to. For example, he showed to me the book. He handed to the Prentice family their tickets. Okay, that's an indirect object. You're going backwards. You're going to be 99 on September 4th. Okay. Good point, 366. All right, new clue. What is a word or expression that has two different meanings, one of which is often bawdy or indelicate? It's often found in, like, there's one in this sentence. A nudist camp is simply a place where men and women meet to air their differences. Ha, 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 ha. Correct. 952. A double entendre. Or double entendre. Nikola Tesla, he was pretty brilliant. 916. And I do like brilliant men. That's true. I don't know. Double entendres aren't really that funny, I guess. They're a little bit. They have double meanings, and one is like kind of, as they say, indelicate. Oh my goodness. I know. David wouldn't be happy. All right, what is a preliminary version of a book, speech, essay, or outline? I don't think there are indirect verbs. That's pretty funny, Froggy. Ooh, I like El Pollo Loco. I'm sure David likes El Pollo Loco. A good point, 1500. Yes. Yes. Good point, Sammy's dad. People do confuse their plurals and singulars where objects of a preposition are concerned. Which shouldn't happen. I don't know why that happens. How do I teach people to not do that? Homemade fries, that's fantastic. 1,500, that's awesome. Homemade fries, and now everybody does. Frozen fries. That's true, 780. People do always say anyways. Like, and it's a placeholder for speech. It's kind of like you know, you have to teach people not to say those placeholders for speech. And one of their placeholders is anyways. People get their present tense and past tense confused. Future tense usually has a word will. That's why many people don't confuse that. Like, I will go to the movies. It's true, I am petting myself. You're Wonder Woman, but now you're Batgirl? Okay. I was Wonder Woman, but now I am Batgirl. No, I think she's just using different tenses. All right, yes, okay. So the preliminary version of it, a book, speech, essay, or outline is a draft. No, abnormal and mystify me are not tying the knot because abnormal is already married. Froggy, yes, that's another thing people say. Okay, and so, and what's another one? It's always, you know, that's one that drives me a little crazy. I'm going to go to the movies, you know, and then we're going to do this, you know, and then da, 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 you know. I'm like, no, I don't know. I no sé alguno, pero hablo español. Aw, thank you. David and I are the closest thing you have to a friend.
Oh, that's nice. Thank you very much.
That's why we do the show. You give me hope for continuing the show, because some days I just don't want to. But I have to keep visiting my friends, so that's good.
Yeah. It is difficult to do a show every day for 9 years. Sarah and I are remarkable people. I don't know anybody who's done anything like this. We're in unbroken territory.
Well, that's interesting. 1500. Are you female? Out of curiosity, because the reason I ask is because a lot of women traditionally end sentences with questions.
Oh, that's
or
interesting.
with inflected endings.
Oh, totally. I agree.
To make it sound like a question. And the reason they do that is because they're seeking consensus from the other person to make sure that they agree with them. The women don't want to put forward an opinion without an agreement.
It's called uptalk, I think. It's uptalk.
It's yeah, maybe it is called uptalk. I don't know what it's called, but I just know women do that, and I read about it in a book.
It's amazing. Reading is something that is a lot of people are doing still to this day. It's phenomenal that they're still reading. My species has adapted beyond reading. I'm using an electronic text.
I think more and more people are using audiobooks.
Audiobooks, electronic text.
Or electronic text, or just visual media.
I use a voice-to-text transfer module in my subcerebellum.
I still read. I'm reading to
Oh,
you
you
out
are?
of a book. Tabbed, and no less.
You know, Edward Casey, hand me that for a second. Edward Casey said that if you sleep on a book,
Edgar?
that all the, Edgar Casey, yeah.
Okay.
If you sleep on a book, all the information goes into your head. And I'm saying, why not sleep on a book?
Yes, and then I read books, and I'm like, man, I could write a better book than that.
Yeah, that's true. Well, you know, to start writing, the biggest problem with writing is writing. You know,
I have written,
I know you do great. You have a journal, and you're really good.
and I
write
actually
too.
wrote a little mini book this summer.
Good. You know, that's
But David
that
thought
one,
I
yeah.
was weird because I was writing about a beheading.
It was a historical decapitation that occurred in our area. The leader of our area, Captain Eby, had his head cut off by the Native Americans up in Canada. They came down by boat and chopped his head off. And
A Haida.
And Sarah did a little reading, a fictionalized account of the people and the families involved.
Yeah, it was like a historical nonfiction
Very
book
interesting.
that I wrote.
How many pages was the book, the mini book? Like 10 pages?
Well, it
or-
was handwritten, probably like 12 pages.
That's pretty cool. You have to be inspired to do that. Not many people are.
And I
you
took,
know?
and I actually wrote 3 chapters, maybe 4 chapters, different chapters,
That's pretty
because my
cool.
chapters had different perspectives. Like I took a perspective of the wife of the guy who was going to be beheaded, and then I took the perspective of the wife of the chief of the tribe that did the beheading, because the reason that they beheaded the guy is because the Haida chief was beheaded by Russian traders. Anyway,
Oh, right, yeah.
so I took her
That was original.
perspective,
Yeah, that's horrible.
and then I took the perspective of the people that were going in to do the beheading,
Wow.
and then I had a little prologue.
That's amazing. That is phenomenal. I mean, to go back in time in your mind and imagine what these people went through. Because the Native Americans were the Canadians that were, their chief had been killed by the Prussians. The Prussians were big, and the Russians actually traveled up and down the West Coast for years. And the guy who finally had his head beheaded here was the biggest guy with the biggest house, the most important man, Captain Eby. And I just can't imagine even the horror of it, let alone to write a story about it. Yeah, violent, pornographic, historical fiction story. It could be like 50 Shades of Beige, you know?
But there's nothing like kissing or anything in there. There's no romance.
No romance. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe you might want to add romance to this section. The beheading and the romantic aspects of the beheading of these families. Hey, the tie is actually representative of the Aboriginal people of Australia.
I like cod
They
too.
created this pattern.
Mystify me. My favorite cod is beer battered cod.
Beer battered cod is good, yeah. I agree. I am now going to do the show. Let's do it. 50 Shades of Grey is my... Yeah, actually beige. Oh, yes.
Yes, David wants 50 Shades of Beige.
Yes, so 50 Shades of Beige.
Blah.
Yeah, blah. So it would, like a fantasy for a romance novel would be like, yeah, we sat around and watched Netflix and chilled for 12 hours. And then we rolled over.
Watched the paint dry.
Yeah, and then I gave Sarah a back rub and she gave me a back rub and we went to sleep. And the next day we woke up and did it all over again.
I think I'm going to go do that right now.
Yeah, give yourself a back rub and watch some Netflix and chill. Oh gosh, what a world we're living in, huh? Where people are finding refuge in the strangest places. Then we talked about maybe taking a hike one day, yeah. No, I met a Jamaican American woman who was very prejudiced against African American women and men. I mean, you would not believe how prejudiced this Jamaican woman was. I mean, she called them the N-word. I've never used the N-word myself. The first settler on Whidbey Island was shot and beheaded on 11 August 1857 by a raiding party in revenge for the killing of the native chief during similar raids the year before. Yeah, that's what Sarah said. Thanks. Dave, the UHF antenna mast was struck by lightning. Even though we have it grounded properly, the local fire department is sending up a drone to do a visual inspection tomorrow. Wow. Well, I'm sorry it was struck by lightning. That is pretty sad. That's like yeah, that's a tough one. Thank you for all that you do, Ozarks. Wow. Unbelievable. We have a non-stop show going on daily. Obviously, it's tough to keep up with this stuff. The New York Times has 3 days in, Kelly imposing military rigor at the White House. So maybe our new chief of staff, and now John Kelly described the White House as one of the most dysfunctional organizations he had ever seen. Wow. That's serious. In his 6 months, see, these guys are holding the line here. Mad Dog Mattis and John Kelly. In his 6 months as Homeland Security Secretary, John Kelly described the White House as one of the most dysfunctional organizations he had ever seen. Now suddenly, and with force, the former Marine general is taking steps to rein in various White House players, if not President Trump himself. I wonder how that's going to fly. You're fired! Rigor is hard work. Every day is hard for me. Just waking up and breathing the toxic chemtrails is difficult enough. It's a whaling way of life for him, but they're under threat. Conservationists worry that fishermen in Indonesia village are no longer hunting whales for subsistence, which is legal, but for sale, which is not. So they can eat the whales, but they can't sell the blubber. Okay. Get rid of that one. And we talked about Mueller setting up a Russian probe. The torching of the Dubai towers. This was horrible. The fire has got to be brought under control. It's out of control. No, actually nobody's hurt. This was also the same place that was damaged in a blaze in 2015, so they had prior knowledge of how to do this. So the entire Dubai building, the world's 5th tallest residential building, managed to get everybody out safely. That's pretty cool. I was telling Sarah there's no place to buy seal oil here. And when up in Alaska, you can get seal oil. People stay alive eating seal oil. Sometimes they get the blubber, and it keeps them going because they got a really high protein diet in Alaska. They're eating constant caribou, moose, bear, wolf, anything they can eat. They eat lots of meat in Alaska. I learned that on a show, Netflix. I Netflixed and chilled, and now I'm an expert on blubber and on meat in Alaska. I feel so special, so rewarded. All right, that's about it. Boy, the news is really dead tonight. We got rid of all the links from last night. That was great. And we talked about the Dumbo hacks, PC cameras, microphones, files, WikiLeaks, how they're probably just a way in which they're covering their butt at the NSA by revealing these files. That's what I think. And then we talked about the Trump PP tape, that Stephen Colbert is now going out of his way to expose the possibility that Trump was involved in a real case in which he saw women urinate on a bed. Hard to believe people like this are in the White House. Yeah, we'll do more than that. We're going to legalize marijuana. You betcha. We support legal weed here. It's part of our plan to get our country back on track. And it's part of the mobile medical program, believe it or not. Every mobile medical unit will have a back pharmaceutical area, like an area where you can go in and get anything you want, assuming it's not an opiate, because we're not going to have opiates on board. No morphine, No Vicodin, just aspirin. Yeah. Doctors will shoot you up if you're in real serious pain, or EMTs will, and get you to the hospital, but there won't be any pill forms of opiates. But we will have plenty of small packages of legal marijuana, 1 gram to 3.5 grams, for sale at each mobile medical unit. And this includes the VA ones. So we're going to immediately integrate legalization into America's recovery. Our economy needs it. We need it. Everyone says now, 87% resounding, some form of marijuana should be legal. 50% support legal recreational for everybody. So I'm going in that direction. The young people, 72% polled, agree that they want legal recreational marijuana across the board. Trump just keeps lying, yeah. It's amazing. Thanks for that link. Yeah. This is his standard behavior. I mean, we got the guy who just continually manipulates people as our president. Okay, this is undefined. We're going to take it to another layer. Take it on down. Nope, undefined there. Oh, right, okay. I think I know what happened. Yeah. Froggy's over there at iBlog. How you doing, Froggy? So we proceed to smoke weed. Yes, exactly. That's the whole goal.
We begin tonight keeping them honest with yet another instance of the president making a claim that turns out not to be true, and then the White House not acknowledging the false claim, but basically pretending it just never happened. Actually, there are 2 claims the president recently made, 2 phone calls that the president said he took from people who wanted to praise him, phone calls it turns out that never actually happened. Let's start with the phone call the president talked about Monday.
Even the president of Mexico called me. They said their southern border, very few people are coming because they know they're not going to get through our border, which is the ultimate compliment.
That same day, the office of the president of Mexico issued this statement saying, quote, President Enrique Peña Nieto has not been in recent communication via telephone with President Donald Trump. Today, Sarah Huckabee Sanders was asked about this discrepancy at the White House, why the president said the Mexican president called him when he didn't.
Okay, well, we'll get back to that in a little while, I guess. I mean, we could watch that all night long, right? The CIA investigator known as Anderson Cooper, who is reeling out the news about Trump. Trump lying is now a big story for some people. I guess this is like huge. I believe that Trump has made over 400 lies in the past 7 months. There's a 100 million vote deficit. No, there's a 100 million vote awareness issue. Right now, 100 million people need to be made aware of our show. That's where we're at. Yeah. Luckily for us, 1 billion people are aware of our show, or maybe even more around the world. So that's great news. I mean, you can imagine how long it'll take for their family to call each other and say, hello, I am calling you. There is a big party that's being censored. It is America's Third Party.com in their own native language. And then they'll tell their family. And that's what's going to happen in the next year. We can't stop it now. It's out of control, thankfully. Word of mouth is finally reaching critical mass. Let the Sarah Huckabee part or video play. Okay. Well, I just want to take a moment and contemplate what we're dealing with here. A guy who likes to dress up or wear masks. Here we go.
On Mexico, he was referencing the conversation that they had at the G20 summit where they specifically talked about the issues that he referenced.
The other fake phone call was made, according to the president, by the head of the Boy Scouts. You'll remember the president spoke at the Boy Scout Jamboree, where he gave a speech that the Boy Scouts later apologized for, in case anyone was offended by how political and partisan the speech got. Last week, the president gave an interview to the Wall Street Journal. Politico published the full transcript, and in it, the Wall Street Journal mentioned that reaction to the speech from former scouts seemed mixed. at which point the president said there was a standing ovation from the time he walked out until 5 minutes after he'd already gone, that he would be the first to admit mixed, and there was no mix. Also, he said, and I quote, "I got a call from the head of the Boy Scouts saying it was the greatest speech that was ever made to them, and they were very thankful." Today, an official with the Boy Scouts said they were not aware of any phone calls between the group's leadership and the president, and their apology from last week's stands. The White House press secretary was asked about that as well today and admitted that the Boy Scout call, that didn't happen either.
Multiple members of the Boy Scout leadership following his speech there that day congratulated him, praised him, and offered quite powerful compliments following his speech, and those were what those references were about.
Well, when she was pressed on this, Sir Huckabee Sanders insisted it was just a matter of semantics.
Semantics, like words are meaningless. Semantics.
They were actually direct conversations, not actual phone calls.
So he lied. He didn't receive.
I wouldn't say it was a lie. That's pretty bold accusation. The conversations took place. They just simply didn't take place over a phone call. That he had them in person.
Well, whether it was a lie, an embellishment, a simple mistake, wouldn't it be refreshing if the White House actually just acknowledged that the president was wrong? Just saying, yeah, the president was mistaken. He's human. We all make mistakes. But everyone who works for this president knows never, ever admit the boss was wrong. Now, you might...
Yeah, I mean, really, Anderson Cooper has an interesting perspective on this. He never lies. Okay, well, that's kind of interesting. Yeah. Finding out that Trump lied after over 400 lies. He mistruths and misstatements he's made. I'm just playing their links for the heck of it. MJS, it's just a temporary thing. It's not like we're playing, Anderson Cooper and the BDSM shop, The Noose. Would you like me to go there? Yeah, check this out. Oh, I can't right now. Yeah. Yeah, we were playing something recently that was just phenomenal. It's like, what? Couldn't believe it. YouTube. Anderson Cooper. The Noose. Okay, nothing there. I guess it's not in my library. It might be in my YouTube library. I think I could find it. Yeah, he was endorsing a BDSM supply store, and he was in the video talking about it. It was very inappropriate. Yes, so July, don't panic, but Facebook just went down, or everyone in the UK. Really? Well, they'd canceled Facebook? Excellent. This is part of the Brexit. Yeah, they're trying to separate from the European Union, starting with Facebook. Don't panic. The Facebook just went down for almost everyone in the UK. It's hit those in the Midlands or the southeast of England particularly hard, and has even affected people in France, Germany, and the Netherlands. Help! Here's the latest map of outages from the Down Detector, which shows the site down for users across Europe. Interesting. I wonder what's going on with Facebook. The technology. Although some people are lucky, reporting still being able to access Facebook, many others are seeing this message when they try to log in. Sorry, this content isn't available right now. Sorry, my brain isn't available right now. It'd be great if the whole show was just this. So Facebook can go down anytime, but David is up and running, ticking away, doing my daily show. Isn't it amazing? Hi there. Yeah, welcome. I am not Vika, no. Kennewick, Washington, 93 degrees. Wow. That's pretty patchy smoke and haze from the night, areas of smoke overnight. Yeah, that's weird. We've had a kind of a filtered ozone heavy layer above us. Very, very weird indeed. Last night we played the legendary They Live. Brilliant movie. Phenomenal.
Pops, you know what you need? You need a Brazilian plastic surgeon.
So, epic movie John Carpenter made with a man who just passed away. Yeah. Okay. What else we have here? Oh yeah, this is the story I wanted to show you. Trump dictated his son's misleading statement on a meeting with the Russian lawyer. I thought this was very interesting because it's illegal to do that.
President Trump was in Hamburg, Germany, July 7th and 8th, attending a global summit, the G20 summit, when he got word that the New York Times was working on a story about a meeting that his son, Donald Trump Jr., had with a Russian lawyer back during the 2016 campaign. And Trump and his advisors discussed on the sidelines of the G20 meeting how his son might respond to that. And it actually, by the time they took off on Air Force One on July 8th to head home to Washington, the president actually dictated the statement that his son would end up issuing to the public.
The president really grabs this issue by the horns and makes the argument of how it should be handled. And that's interesting too, because the way it was handled was to conceal some information, to leave out some important information, namely that Donald Trump Jr. held this meeting and agreed to go to it because someone had promised him incriminating information about Hillary Clinton in sort of the pell-mell days of the presidential campaign.
This is another instance of President Trump acting as his own lawyer, his own strategist, and his own public relations executive, his own.
That's the look. That's the money shot right there. See it? I think that was great. Well put, too. He was a very adept journalist, and I appreciate people who are this honest and this forthright. Trying to get that money shot is not easy. Okay, here we go. I thought it was wrong. Absolutely wrong. After all, if you try to control everything and you're your own attorney, then you have a fool for an attorney. Okay, we did it. Thank you. I just like to do some facial morphing just to, stay in practice, because you never know when it gets weird. The going gets weird, the weird turn pro. I have an 82% match to this guy's face. You have an announcement. What is it? What's going on? Did you buy some more jicama? Diet food? Oh, your birthday is August 23rd. Excellent, dude. That makes you a, not a Libra, but a Virgo. Am I right? No, I don't soak my toes in yogurt. That would be too ticklish. Yeah, you're a Virgo. Virgo Leo. You're on the cusp. Dave, it's day 8. No viewer count. We know. Thank you for keeping me abreast of this information. We're aware that we're censored heavily. Is this guy gay? I don't know. I really don't know. Let's take a look. We're going to remove both of you from the chat, and guest 2 and 3, we're going to leave you in because I don't understand where you're going with your mind. Yeah, we're going to hope that you can recover from your bi-curiosity and decide whether you're gay or straight. Okay, so we got a lot of homophobes in our show tonight, folks. Welcome, homophobes and chicken hawk Republicans. Some of you guys are just obviously gay as hell and are afraid to admit it to your family. Yep. I'm not gay, and I don't have to worry about people who hit on me because it's been happening all my life. I mean, even Rock Hudson was hitting on me in the 1980s. But my biggest goal is to help all of you understand that I'm not Rick Perry. Okay? I'm not Rick Perry. I have a brain. Okay, let's see what we have here. A possible house to live in. This came in last week. Science is getting more and more amazing because it's applied science, and many of you are looking at how to make use of this small space we call our domicile, our home. You can't just live in a black box. But somebody came up with the idea that you can just live in a black box. Featuring the black box.
You want to find out if Alex Jones is fake? Absolutely. I usually talk about that on my Conspiracy Monday show. But this is a house that's available for anybody who wants to survive underground against the apocalypse And of course, you're going to need a major water filter system as well as the butt wipes that we're selling.
Breaking news. FBI has revealed financial records related to Trump, his family, and the Trump Organization, to Trump and his family, and Trump and the organization. Misty, that's a lot. We will check it out right now. Thank you. 43 minutes could be very, very, very good. We need good stuff tonight for our show. Yeah.
About the focus.
Oh, this is a show about a show. Breaking news. Jim Kelly. Oh, okay, great.
Of the special counsel's investigation.
Well, bottom line is that it's expanding. We're learning some new details, Jake, that give us an inside look into how the focus of the Russia probe is crossing over what President Trump says is a red line that investigators should not cross as this investigation enters its second year.
Okay, let's take a look at this. Probe this, shall we? No, I ran a car across the country today. What is Henry Kissinger going to do when he's buying weed for Nixon?
My fellow Americans, I am not a crook, but Henry is.
Mr. President, I was not trying to buy the marijuana for you. I was trying to buy it for my dog.
Okay, let me help you with that. Take a look. Let's look into this. You think she's very much like Megyn Kelly, isn't she? Yeah, she has that look. Yeah, see, if you have that look, you can get a job. Ladies, if you look like this, even transgenders will probably, say, oh, if you look like her, you could probably work at CNN or Fox. Henry the Eighth, I'm not. Trump could pardon his son. Pence could pardon Trump. Okay. And who's going to pardon Pence? Pence hasn't revealed any of his emails from Indiana when he was governor. They could reveal a pedophile connection. Allegations of pedo networks in Indiana. Oh yeah, Pence is not scot-free. Believe me, he's got a lot of baggage.
A whole lot of baggage.
You better believe it. Well, let's talk about how bad. Tory Smith claimed that Pence personally was involved with the murder of 54 children. That's pretty sick. I don't really want to go into it, but if you want, I will. He's scary. He's religious scary. It's like, what position do you want to be in, Pence?
I want to be in the missionary position.
You got to wonder what that's all about. All right, let's get into Tory Smith. Yeah, the guy that was just amazing how he was able to say just a few things about it before he died, mysteriously, rather quickly, of an unknown disease. Some people said Tory died of AIDS. Don't mess with a missionary man. He's got God on his side. Okay, if you say so. Looks like I don't have Tory Smith available for you, but I do have Donald Trump on tap with sniffles.
Wait.
Wait.
Okay, that was brought to you by Scissor Fight. Isn't that cool? Okay, here he is when he's talking.
Okay, everybody, here we go again. This MyLab CIA DARPA child trafficking report will be followed with some especially good news. Is for the 7th of January 2016. And today is continuing on like it has been. And 42 children were gang raped and killed in 3 locations. Langley, Arlington, and the Pentagon MyLab. At Langley, there were 8...
Okay, so this guy, long story short, this guy ended up dying rather quickly. A Mormon missionary fights off 2 robbers in Brazil. That looks really good. Thank you for that, Mad Dog. I'll play it later. Hey, yeah, we have a request to play Mr. Right. Apparently, Torrey Smith was not Mr. Right. Somebody got to him and killed him rather quickly. And I would show you the ending of his other video, but it's just so disturbing. It's not even funny. So there were a lot of people alleging that Pence was not 100%. And this guy was one of them. He said that Pence was involved in this network of pedophiles. So we have a lot to be worried about right now. All of this is pointing to a very confused and disarray, a government that's in disarray. Yeah, I don't want to play that because it's just so depressing. The poor guy was dying when he was making his video, but not too long after he made this one, he died. All right, but again, these are just hearsay allegations from a guy who's dead. So we're going to presume that Pence is innocent until proven guilty, as our Constitution requires. But we do want to see Pence's emails. He can't hide his emails from when he was governor of Indiana like he has. He hasn't presented any information whatsoever. Every request has been turned down by his people. Well, if you're a person who's an expert at dying, then why don't you just write a book or something? All right. David Jackson, I'm going to make the best video this weekend. Look out, man. Well, your Mr. Birthday Man coming up in a couple weeks. 3 weeks, yeah. Bring it. I do want to play it, yeah. I'm going to get to it right now. Okay, everybody, here is a real recent song that I cut, and I just want to play it for people because they like listening to it, and I haven't quite added it to my ensemble of videos or audio clips I'm going to upload. But it's one of them. So here is Mr. Right.
You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away. You're Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. My world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. They found. You sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat, 'cause you make me melt away.
So, yeah, thank you. That was great. We are looking for all kinds of new ways of getting your mind off of the BS of politics. And as you know, it's an incredibly boring subject. And many people like it. because it's fun, but a lot of people don't. We talk about ideas, and this idea of the vertical windmill is something I've been talking about for a few years, and somebody said, hey David, why don't you just build these? Well, it's hopeful that we could build them and put them up and sell people on, you know, I might just do that. But in the meantime, I would like to use this idea, which is open source, as some way of getting revenue going and generating electricity and getting cheaper energy for all of us. We're not getting cheap energy. Our energy prices are going up every single year, all of us. Yeah, all is well, Ronnie. So I want lower cost energy for 2021. I really do. Greenpeace is cool. Yeah, Froggy. But we want to see lower cost electricity, not more. So I think many of the people who are profiteers making tons of money left and right, they're not inclined to do this. They're not inclined to put something out there that's going to make energy prices go down. The Muslim ban, the travel ban, probably will not be going on beyond October. I predict this, the Supreme Court in October will reverse the travel ban. They'll declare, just like the first one, that it's unconstitutional based on violation of the freedom of speech. A Stanley #1, huh? Really? Every adult citizen. Are you talking about the thermos that you carry your water in? Trying to figure out what a Stanley #1 is. I haven't seen it yet. A Stanley Cup? Okay. Irrelevant time. No, I'm not. I'm not wrong again. No, this is correction. Okay, some of you are getting triggered by the motion of the yeah, okay, I'll get rid of it. Thank you for alerting me to that at that network. I wouldn't want your brain to be affected by the motion of these things behind me. All right, good. Good evening. Hey there, Joseph DeFilippo. Greetings. Will and Grace revival? Yeah, I heard about the Roseanne Barr revival too. I heard Will and Grace may be coming back and Roseanne may be coming back. And there's talk of a transgendered child. Yeah, isn't that weird? There's also ocean power. You're right. Lots of things that we could use in the ocean to generate waves. The waves themselves can create electricity through point absorber technology. And these things bounce around in the water and they generate electricity. You're getting sleepy. You're starting to get very sleepy. Do you suffer from narcolepsy during your show? I don't. I've never been that. No, I don't believe in doing that. Trans child. Yeah, there's talk of it. Roseanne possibly bringing herself back into the show. Yeah, I thought their creativity was gone, but apparently we can bring back the creativity of the 1990s and 80s. Isn't that great? The thing on my head could trigger a Tibetan monk. Oh, okay. Well, let me get rid of it. Hang on. I'm going to remove the mobile medical VA symbol from the show. Ah, that feels so much better. Now I can relax, finally. A little bit of cowbell, anybody? Okay. Now I feel way better. What about you? You notice how you feel better just listening to the cowbell? Do you suffer from impotence during your show? No, I'm not masturbating, so I don't have to worry about that. Hands are above the screen. Your brother's name is Dino. That's impressive. Like Dino the dinosaur of Flintstones and, yeah, Fred and Barney. Hey, Fred. Hey, Barney. How you doing, Fred? Pretty good, Barney. Let's go see Wilma. So what's going on? Mystery of the ghostly Russian radio station that has buzzed every day since the 1970s, but no one knows who or what it's broadcasting. Ooh. Weirdness from the radio waves of Russia. Yes, weird buzzing sounds. It's probably one of those Soviet repeater hardwired to a solar panel. It's been playing from frequency 4625 since the 1970s. Intermittently, code words and numbers are read out by a Russian voice. Theories for its use range from tracking missiles to encrypting spy messages. The transmission seems to originate from a swampland near St. Petersburg, but no one knows who's broadcasting it. Well, look at that. I'll be darned. We just look at that. Well, you just look at that. Well, yeah. Oh. One theory is the buzzer acts as a dead man's switch in the case of a nuclear attack against Russia. This would stop playing the buzz and launch an automated counterstrike. Ooh, interesting. The nature of the frequency used by the station means the transmission can cover vast distances, covering almost the entire globe. Whoa. Yeah, it could be like a kill switch or something. Fascinating. Here it is. Okay, I get the drift. It's essentially Russian gibberish designed to keep going, and if it breaks, it's a kill switch which launches missiles. Wow. Fascinating. I'm very impressed by that. That took some forethought. It's not easy. It might have been related to alien encounters. You do not get, you must go get sleep. Okay. Take care. Yeah, getting subpoena, Don Jr. Oh, really? Okay, thanks, Hey4474. He came in to say, I got to go get some sleep, but he's getting subpoenaed. Don Jr. is. Thank you, man. Yeah, I kind of figured the subpoenas were coming. It's not going to be easy for Trump to wiggle out of this one. And rigging his son's statement. His son's required to say, is this the whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Yeah, and he must have said, no, my dad told me to say this. Oh. No, I don't think so. You, Black Kitty, you're being very rude to homosexuals. You know that. Just leave them alone. Well, nobody's going to pardon Pence, though. That's the thing. And like I said, no emails available. Yeah, he's got a lot of dirt on him. Plus, Pence vouched for a bunch of people. He said they didn't contact Russians, and they did. Oh, boy, did they. You better believe it. Secret deals with Jared Kushner and the Kremlin. Looking for somebody to buy his building at 666 Fifth Avenue. Don't want to piss Trump off. Could really be ugly for you libtards. Oh, yeah, tough guy, Mr. Oh, yeah. Here they come, all the threatening Republicans who support Trump. We're going to kick your ass if you keep saying bad stuff about Trump. You can't shut up. You're not allowed to say these things about our president. Shut up, huh? I love it. They just take for granted that this is a country that somehow had a brain fart and allowed the greediest guy in the world to become president. You're looking for a rough dude for our Kentucky commercial HMU. Yeah. Well, you gotta find somebody who evokes masculinity, who can feel the pulse of America. Yeah. Hey, watch it. I don't think Black Kitty wants to be approached by a homosexual, so please don't accuse this person of... You see, you're provoking a homophobe. That's a bad move. Back off. Way off. Yeah, and I'm not saying you're a homophobe, Black Kitty. You just don't like homosexuals. I get it. Oh, that's so good. How could I live without coffee? I like it piping hot, directly to my throat, with non-GMO organic milk inside. Dagnabbit, Beck Roberts is one of the few here smart enough to get the value of the BBC tutorial, but alas, she's gone. Dagnabbit. Samizdat, you'd be played by, by Gabby Hayes. That would be your character in the chat room. Dagnabbit. When speaking of BBC, please phrase it in reference to the British Broadcasting Corporation, because a lot of these trolls think it's some sort of black porn. Yeah. Just be very careful when you swing those BBC words out there. Yeah. Thank you. Wow. So Joseph DeFilippo says, Trump used to say hi to me when I worked at his casino. Wow, that's pretty nice. And most of the celebrity actors are Freemasons. And yes, I do think that Michael Jackson is still alive. I mean, what is that, Davy Davis? That guy? Davy. Some people believe he's the burn victim. He's got a face mask. Dave, the true Michael Jackson. There's a website dedicated to this guy. Why do homos look at me when I'm at the store? Because you're obviously a good-looking person, male or female, and they're attracted to you. Is Dave the real, true Michael Jackson? And this is off topic now. I'm in the realm of conspiracy theory, but the boy used to be called David Rothenberg, but he changed his name to free himself from his father's name and criminality, as he put it, after his father had committed an abominable crime. He doused him with kerosene when the boy was asleep, set him on fire, and burned him 90% of his body. Well, Michael befriended Dave, and though he didn't pay for his surgeries, as his mother had insurance which covered all of his medical bills, he offered the boy enormous emotional support for the next 30 years. 30 years. Dave went to Michael's funeral and spoke of their friendship there. But then there's like this fake Dave that keeps appearing in press and film.
Joining us now here in Los Angeles, Miko Brando, who is with us almost every night. What did he do for you?
Well, basically, he befriended me, Larry. It was kind of, the visit to his Encino house was very impromptu.
Many people are hearing the audio file of Michael Jackson behind the sound of Dave. Yeah. And they're beginning to believe that Michael Jackson uses the Dave appearance because they're good friends. He could easily create a mask of himself. Well, his face was burned when his dad dumped kerosene all over his body. Are you tracking this story? You want to get a pencil and paper? Ask your mom for a pencil and paper, and you can take notes. Yeah. There'll be a test in 15 minutes. Yeah, so basically, YouTube goes full Nazi against the independent media, hiding controversial content and redirecting searches. Well, we always knew YouTube was the government.
All right, everyone, this is probably the most important news that literally everybody on YouTube should be talking about, but it takes some time for word to get around. So I figured I would introduce the topic to people. I strongly recommend that you share this video. You know, if you use YouTube, which I'm assuming that you do. I strongly suggest that you speak out against this implementation as well, and encourage all other creators to do the same, because it would require a huge effort to prevent it from actually being fully implemented.
Well, that's nice. How about just giving us a summation of what you're going to say before you pontificate? Thanks. Okay, that's the lineup. Thank you for the link. Dave, this is, guy's a joke. Look at what he wears in every video. I know. I know it seems a little odd, but, you know, he's kind of eccentric. A lot of these people who are pretty, you know, in the groove, kind of speak, so to speak, in the blogosphere, these people are a little bit, I mean, they probably don't wash their underwear every day, that kind of, you know, mentality. I'm just saying, you know, it probably fumigation time down below. They're not exactly the clean, upstanding citizen that I am, where I, you know, take 4 showers a day. Okay. In the spring, you wash your underwear? Underwear is overrated. Well, sitting in a pile of your own feces. Okay, let's talk about something a little more uplifting. Let's get back to this story of the FBI has revealed financial records related to Trump and his family. This is a long story that's coming our way tonight, brought to you by one of our viewers.
Does anyone really believe that story?
The Russia investigation continues to widen as federal investigators explore the potential financial ties of President Trump and associates to Russia. Sources tell CNN financial links could offer a more concrete path to any potential prosecution. For the president, that's going too far. He's warned that delving into his businesses is a, quote, violation. Trump has maintained there's no collusion and he has no financial ties to Russia.
And I can tell you, speaking for myself, I own nothing in Russia. I have no loans in Russia. I don't have any deals in Russia.
Now, 1 year into this complex probe, the FBI has reviewed financial records related to the Trump Organization, the president himself, as well as his family members and campaign associates. CNN has told investigators have combed through the list of shell companies and buyers of Trump-branded real estate properties. They've scrutinized the roster of tenants at Trump Tower in Manhattan, reaching back several years. And officials familiar with the investigation tell CNN Special Counsel Robert Mueller's team has examined the backgrounds of Russian business associates connected to Trump.
From Moscow, it's Miss Universe 2013.
Dating back to the 2013 Miss Universe pageant he hosted in Moscow.
Thank you. Okay, so suffice to say, we'll play a lot more of that later tonight. Yeah, you can see he's getting a little worried. Things are kind of sweeping in on him from all sides. All the crap he has with Jared Kushner, and Jared's got a lot going against him, by the way. He's been mixing conflict of interest issues with the White House activities, he and his family. They're investigating Jared Kushner's, yeah, thank you for that photo. Yeah, thanks, guest 4502. There are conflict of interest everywhere throughout the whole thing. Even Ivanka and her husband, Jared, have not fully disclosed until recently all of their assets. So that's a kind of a red flag too. They had a huge art collection. They didn't even add it to the list of assets when they moved into the White House, or when she started working at the White House. Okay, we have an image here we're going to look at. Oh, image file not found. The Fan Pop magazine does not have Mike and Dave on the same page. So that link will not work. Sorry. Yeah, if you're looking for Michael up against Dave, you can do that. It looks like a peacock. Thank you, Misanthropy. This is a pattern created by the Aborigines. Very beautiful pattern. You can see the symmetry. A company called Scorched Earth makes this, and their revenue sends a portion to charities that help Aborigine people in Australia. In Australia. In Australia. In Australia. In Australia. So, it is kind of fruity. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, that really makes me feel good. Any more sexual harassment, you can just, you know, continue yourself muted. Consider yourself muted. Well, I do buy American, but this was given me as a gift from my sister. She went on out to Australia and picked it up in a gift store. When Americans get ties, we wear them. All right? I do. I definitely work on that, yes. Trump buys and sells American 100% of the time. You mean Trump lies and sells America 100% of the time? Yeah, he says. Yeah, that's the improper spelling of buys. It's lies. Trump lies and sells America 100% of the time. That's right. He is a liquidator, like I was saying earlier, and he's going to be doing quite a bit of that. I will give Trump, certainly congratulations that he's been able to make lots of arms sales and continue to profit. Our country, at least our corporations, can profit from selling military weapons of mass destruction. But that's about all I can say. I mean, the deal with Saudi Arabia, I would have honored that deal. I would not have gone so far as to offer Qatar all of the sales that we offered them. After making the deal with Saudi Arabia, it was a little bit weird. Similarly, I wouldn't have probably made an agreement to sell Taiwan military hardware in lieu of our relationship, a fragile relationship with China. I probably would not have done that, but bringing in more money for military companies is what Trump is all about, so apparently that's something that they wanted and he wanted. The military-industrial complex and the prison system are the ones profiting from the buildup of technology right now. Stocks for prison companies are going up, and stocks for military parts and ordnance and weapons and planes are going up, up, up. Up, up, and away in my beautiful airline stock. Okay, here comes Sarah. We're here.
Go have your dinner.
My dinner? I just had my dinner.
Oh, you already had your dinner.
That was for you, all of that.
Okay, then I ate half of it.
Then you eat the other half later. I did not give you a small helping.
I know.
That was something I wanted you to eat completely. I made her a wrap, and she ate half of the wrap, thinking she was. I made 3 whole wraps, and
Wow.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Can you post it? No. It's hot, yeah. I'm glad I made the wrap because I did not want to cook in the kitchen today, I'll tell you.
Yeah, wraps are perfect for a hot day.
They are.
They're the perfect thing to make.
Easy, very, and they're when you get your mouth around the wrap, it's pretty good.
It does taste good.
It
I
is.
was pretty amazed that the turkey and the tuna worked well together.
Yeah, they really did.
Surprised.
They melded, yeah. It really was a good mix.
What was in the wrap? It was
turkey.
It was a whole wheat wrap burrito, like tortilla shell, with a
organic
whole wheat tortilla shell. Tortilla with a slice of turkey meat, and then tuna fish.
Tuna fish in the middle.
But tuna fish, like the way David makes his tuna fish is
tuna.
with mayonnaise and
yogurt
and onion, which he used my favorite, which are Walla Walla onions.
Oh, those are
my
so
favorite
good.
onions.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
usually I don't like onions unless they're cooked. I like cooked onions. But this is like, yeah, David mixes yogurt and mayonnaise together. He calls it yogurtaise.
Yes.
And anyway, so it was pretty interesting, turkey and tuna.
Turk tuna. Somebody's trademarked the name already.
Celery and like a dill pickle in there, maybe.
Yeah, that's what I did. Celery, organic celery, and a dill pickle. It was not covered
Onion.
with. Yeah, I have to alert people as to a lot of dill pickles have dye in them. You got to look at the label and make sure they don't have dye, because some of them, like Clausen, doesn't have dye, and neither does Nally's.
Oh, Nally's.
Nally's and Clausen are mostly dye-free. So when you get your pickles, so we have a situation here. National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster has reportedly determined that Susan Rice, who served in his role during the Obama administration, did not do anything wrong amid accusations of unmasking the identities of Trump associates. Okay, good, yeah. McMaster says it's okay. National Security Advisor H.R. McMaster has determined that nothing wrong was done by Susan Rice when she revealed names like Michael Flynn.
And of course, I like with my tuna fish, I always like eating a little bit of potato chips, those kettle corn, non-GMO potato chips.
Oh yeah, those are good.
Those are good. They always do a good compliment with tuna fish.
Oh yeah, potato chips and tuna fish are the best. You know, it's the simplest things that I love about tuna fish. I make tuna melt sometimes and just melt cheddar cheese on tuna.
Good. Yeah.
Those are always good.
And
You
then-
can't lose with a dish like that. You really
David
can't.
taught people how to do the low fat or low carb tuna, which is really good, which is like his tuna fish mix with on top of lettuce, which is like a romaine lettuce.
Yeah, it's really good.
Goes in and
Yeah.
so the lettuce acts as a wrap instead of a tortilla. You use the lettuce wrap, and then that's your no carb wrap.
I made her a piece of romaine lettuce, and you it makes a cup just like a taco, and you put the tuna fish in it, and you got yourself a lettuce leaf taco.
I'm sure you could make like a Whole30 kind of version of that. You know, your lettuce wrap and like tuna, olive oil, because you can't really do like mayo.
No.
Unless maybe you can make your own mayo.
You can heat mayo too.
With olive oil and egg.
But believe it or not, you can heat mayo.
You can cook mayonnaise.
You can cook mayonnaise. Yeah, it's not impossible to put it in a casserole. I used to wonder about that.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess Sarah's going to take over. It's a warm day here on the west coast. We've got 85 to 103 in Seattle. Yakima has reported temperatures 97 right now. 95. There's I'm going to leave Sarah to you. And there's apparently it was 90 in California today. So pretty hot.
He always makes hilarious faces, even when I'm talking directly to him and he can see and he knows I'm seeing him. He'll just like start making weird faces when he thinks I'm boring.
No, it's not boring. It's just I have a face reaction time that's instantaneous. My face is a complete mirror of the reaction from within. I'll be right back.
For overreaction.
Overreaction from within.
He doesn't have a very good poker face.
No.
That's the problem. It's like, yeah, not a good poker face. Anyway. Yes, David does need to be stimulated often. That's true. Yeah. No.
Barbecue and burning a fire in the summertime.
Oh, someone's barbecuing.
That's so wonderful.
Or probably instead of like using coals like normal people, they're probably burning up their newspaper in their barbecue or something. It's so gross. Off the rails. No. Oh, if you say so, 912. Don't do that, Mad Dog. Do not cook with rubber tires. That is not good. Trump used to say hi to you when you worked in his casino? That's interesting, Joseph. As he should. Hello, Sammy's dat. I like Goo Goo Dolls. Are these natural polka dots? On my skin? Yes. On the shirt? I don't think they're natural. They're not really, they're in a weird design. Hello. Hello, back end audio. Okay. You microwaved your cantaloupe? I've never heard of anyone microwaving their cantaloupe at all. Let alone microwaving it too long. It just kind of sounds weird. I do not know how to crack a Bitcoin wallet. No. You forgot your pass? You should write that down in a very safe place. And then hide it from yourself. Did you hide it from yourself? You didn't write it down. And you just thought, oh, I'll remember that. And you forgot it. And now you've got Bitcoins locked up in your wallet forever. Unless you find a really good hacker who will then hack your wallet and empty it and then give you access. They don't have any business saying hi to people in their employ. I don't believe that, Chicken. I think it's good to say hi to people. I don't know what's happened since Twitch IRL. I think Vaughn is still doing HTML5. I don't know if Vaughn's gone down since Twitch IRL or not. I know we tried Twitch IRL and just didn't work for us. What's the best diet for someone that's 280 pounds? Thanks. What did I say? The whole 30 diet? Yeah, try the whole 30. Here, I'll give it to you. I'll give you a link. £280, well, you probably did as many carbs and fats and sugars that you could. So try this, and then this will help you eliminate all of those. Whole 30. So basically what the Whole 30 is it tells you a whole bunch of stuff that you can't eat. I've never tried the Whole 30. Oh, sorry. Sarah, do thoughts of Mayo applications run through your mind as much as they do through David's? No. I'm really not a mayonnaise fan, actually. When I see mayonnaise, and I used to do this with butter, but I've changed on butter because it tastes so good. But when I see mayonnaise, I just think of a big blob of fat. And then I think of that mayonnaise sticking on my arm as a big blob of fat, or on my stomach, and I choose not to eat it. So that's why I'm glad that David at least mixes it with yogurt. I eat real butter, but I don't eat that much real butter. Just every once in a while. Yes. That's true, Bag End Audio. Like you say, chicken breast, baked potato, but don't use a lot of butter. No butter, no sour cream, just use olive oil, and you'll lose weight. That's true. Oh, sorry, Black Kitty. I'll try to be better. Eating butter is better for you than margarine. Hello, Joseph. Hello, sorry, Joseph DeFilippo. You wonder if Joan Rivers faked her death? I don't know. I'm not bulimic or anorexic or anything like that. Hello, Shrek and Froggy. You eat squirrels and rabbits and grass-fed cows, butter, Kerrygold. Ooh, yes. Kerrygold butter is really, really, really good. I'm glad you like David's Mr. Right song. He is my Mr. Right. I know, the American diet is horrible. And I do like food too. That's my problem, is sometimes I like food. I do not like hot dogs. The only way I like hot dogs is if you cook them on a barbecue. You can't boil hot dogs and say they're good. You can boil them before you barbecue them if you want to get rid of some of the salt. That's okay. I Shrek in both places. But you have to cook them on a barbecue till they're really dark and blackened. And then on the bun, toasted or not, oh thank you, put in peanut butter, jalapenos, and then I'll eat your hot dog. Actually, I like peanut butter and jalapenos on my hamburgers too. David just made me a shake. Something like that. all the time. That's what I try to do every single day, 292, all the time. You never buy potato chips unless they're on sale for $5 or $1.99 each. Potato chips, yeah, that's a good idea. So David's been on this big non-GMO kick. I know. It's strange, peanut butter on a hot dog. You're thinking that's kind of weird. But I tell you, and the jalapenos, it sounds weird, but I've had it and it's good. Oh, that's not good behavior. Then you need to change your rules, or behavior, you at least need to get non-GMO potato chips and say, I won't eat potato chips unless I can find the non-GMO brand. And they do make them now. I know chips are bad for you. It's true, but I have one of those weaknesses too. Everybody likes potato chips and pizza and all those fattening bad foods for you. There was a site that I bookmarked about, I don't like shoestring potato chips. About if you crave this food, then what you really should eat is this, because your body is really needing that. Really? That's very sad. 464. No, 292. Even those cheese and the crackers, it's crackers, yeah. Expired food works. I mean, food is food. Peanut butter on a hot dog is as weird as Sammy's dad not spamming the board. Non-buttered popcorn is probably a good diet snack because it's, you know, it's, when you think of popcorn, all those kernels is actually like fiber, so it's pretty good for you. Why did David choose to call it turkey of the sea instead of tourniquet or turkuna wraps? I don't know. I guess because of, what is it? Something of the sea is usually what he thinks of when he, chicken of the sea, tuna fish kind of thing. Well, we decided to do a staycation. This is what we did. Hi, Rex. Turkey of the sea can confuse people and trick them into eating something they're allergic to. Like what? So can Turk tuna. Oh, now fish tacos are good. I don't know about fish enchiladas, but fish tacos are really, really good. Yeah, you remember the vacation days, the McDonald's broadcasts? Yeah. If we went to on vacation, we would have to chop our show down to like every other day instead of every day. And David just loves you guys so much. You're his favorite people in the whole world, besides me, of course. So he didn't want to leave. All right. That's a good point, Misanthropy. Thank you, 389. Sarah, may you be blessed with... David's not leaving, Master Meatball. Sarah, may you be blessed with happiness, love, and prosperity. We should have more mobile broadcasts. Talk with the constituents. Probably not down the rabbit hole. I know you need your Sponheim fix. I know. Well, he did say that if we go on vacation somewhere, he would do a every other day show. Ah, good night, Mad Dog. I guess I should check who's calling me. But I'm not going to answer the phone unless I recognize the number. No. Actually, I'll just let it do that thing. Sarah, you're cute? Question mark? Yeah, the vacations at McDonald's were good, but David, you're Sponheim junkie. You just we'll record the show and no one will notice, Master Meatball. Play a recording. That would be kind of cool. What yoga positions do I know? I know this whole sun one, where you start like this and you go up. And then you go down, and then you do like the downward facing dog, and then you do like the pulling your chest back. And anyway, there's a whole like combo one that you can do. Yeah, that would be kind of cool, Master Meatball. Sarah, where is Down the Rabbit Hole? He's over at iVlog. Misanthropy. You're about to start beginner yoga. Good. Don't do the advanced yoga, because like you should definitely start with beginner. Make sure they know you're a beginner. My dad like pulled a muscle when he went to yoga, and then they thought it was like arthritis, and he got all this like different advice about it, and then it ended up being a pulled muscle from the yoga class. Oh, a candle made in the image of the crucifixion? At first I thought you said a candy, and I said I know that they have chocolate made like that. Yes, true. No makeup. Still in the bone zone. Does that mean you can see my cheekbones? Yes.
Hey, Sarah. How are you?
I have heard of hot yoga. We have a hot yoga class and hot yoga shop in my town, but
yeah, Jason, yeah,
I'm not doing that.
What is it, Matt?
I can't watch on your website. I can't watch on BattleCam. It says the webpage of BattleCam might be temporarily down, or may have moved to another address.
Okay, we'll investigate. Thanks for keeping us posted. I didn't realize that. All right, we'll troubleshoot it. Thanks, Jason. Bye-bye.
Yep, bye.
That was Jason.
Okay.
BattleCam is down.
Are we broadcasting over there?
Well, let's troubleshoot. Let's say, starting with there. Just go over here.
What are you doing?
There. Just go over here.
What are you doing?
Yeah, we are.
What are you doing?
Yeah, I think we are going through on BattleCam. It's coming through. Yeah, I think we are going through on BattleCam.
So now I have to just check at America's Stir Party.
Okay.
Oh, can you put this in the freezer for me? I'm going to eat the rest of my dinner before I have that.
Okay.
So now I've checked the BattleCam feed is actually live. And I can watch it on my website, so it's in full effect. Thank you. The echo was perfect. Well, the echo was from me checking out my different sites, my different feeds. I guess I should pay attention to like maybe the BattleCam chat. But I don't think anyone's watching over there. Or at least not chatting. Okay. Mad Dog left. Good night, Mad Dog. Good night, everyone. Oh, you're here. You're just now discovering yoga? Oh, Misanthropy's giving you a link. But do make sure you just, if you're doing beginning yoga, just make sure you don't push it too hard to start with. I know, Ab. Let's do yoga on the stream. That would be kind of cool. Welcome to Sarah's Yoga. My sister's like does yoga a lot. One of my sisters, she's almost like a little yogi. You want to get limber so you can start taking jujitsu. Nice. Ha ha ha. I highly doubt that, 464. Highly doubt it. Yes, Froggy. All right. Your muscles are getting stiff from your bed. So I do some exercises. I don't do them as much as I should anymore, but before you wake up from your bed, if you're in a sitting position or laying position, you need to like lift one leg up and hold it, like keep it straight and lift your leg as high as you can and hold it for like a 10-second count and then put it down and do that with the other leg, and then you lift your leg to your knee. All of this is like bed exercises. When you're laying in bed, you lift your leg all the way to your knee and then you twist it to the side like that, and you hold that and do the others. And yeah, so that's some exercises. And then of course then roll over and kind of do downward facing dog, which is good. Yeah, you didn't hear my back pop. Can I turn around and touch my toes? I used to be able to touch my toes, but not anymore. Oh, that's pretty cool. GPU pass-through for gaming. Windows games on Linux uses full CPU and full GPU power, not like a virtual machine. Well, I can touch my toes if I bend my knees. There, I'm touching my toes. Hi, toes. When I'm sitting in a chair. Yeah. Yoga. It would be good to do a yoga video. That's a good idea, to take a nap after this. It is kind of a hot day. It's the hottest day that it's been. I wonder if Seattle broke their record, because today they were going to, it was like the hottest, it was some kind of big heat wave in Seattle. In Seattle, the hottest it's ever been so far is like 103. Right now, it's 73 degrees here and 92 degrees in Las Vegas. And 76 in Los Angeles. Not that different in Los Angeles. A little bit hotter. Thank you, 464. Oh, you need to take a nap. That way you can stay up late to do things. That makes sense. Okay, Misanthropy, I'm going to give you some advice because you said you wanted to write a book. So somewhere I read this is like, wake up and write 3 pages every morning, first thing when you wake up. And doesn't matter if it's about your book, but it can just be word salad, whatever, but just write 3 pages every day. You think it's better right before you go to sleep? Good, then write 3 pages before you go to sleep. Well, when your brain's like a zombie, it'll kickstart your brain. I do need to do like some weightlifting exercises. Yeah, you heard someone say that on the radio, Rick? Yeah. One way or the other, I don't always write 3 pages, but I do write in my journal. You want to buy David some yoga pants? Well, he does do his dancing, so maybe he would be willing to lead you into yoga. Sometimes 559. Rarely. Sometimes I do, though. And then sometimes I write sci-fi, and sometimes I write other books. A guest said that Yetta passed away. Wow, it's actually cooler in Los Angeles than it is here. Wow, below average temps spread behind a cold front. A cold front pushes through the south and the east. High temperatures will be 20 degrees colder than average for early August. So 70s and lower 80s. Nice. You guys are going to get good temperatures down in this Midwest and the South, whereas this is very unusual. We're getting these heat waves. 54, the lows in the 50s. Now it's like the rest of the country is getting the weather that normally Seattle and we have. It's too bad I missed the movie that David showed you last night. It was good. And Misanthropy says the first half was good, but then it gets weird. I did start to watch the Misanthropy. I did start to watch Mr. Robot. But then David said, oh yeah, I've seen these. And apparently he's seen 3 episodes without me. So I'm gonna have to catch up on those 3 episodes, and then we'll watch it together. When did he watch it? It must have been a while ago. Sarah, does ATP chat get into your dreams? I had a weird dream last night. I think it was... If it was ATP chat, it was like, why is David still doing the show? I want him to pay attention to me or something. I was like kind of upset. Okay, good to know, Shrek. Cookie did not die. She's still alive. Yetta, Telebenda, and Cookie Lipschitz are the same person. It was more of a nightmare that I had last night. And it was like Connie was here and David was here, and like Connie was talking to David, and I was just, anyway. Usually both of us, 960. I'm not gonna call you daddy. No, that's just weird to me. That's a good point, 288. That's true, because I was very not into it the last time he cuddled with me. It was kind of like I was having a lucid dream. Not a good one. A cartoon dream, Master Meatball? That's pretty funny. Yeah, as long as they're not nightmares, they're okay. So we're getting like 70 to 90. I guess that's not bad. 50 to 70. Man, it's like kind of interesting. Oh, this is just... Anyway. Oh, something went wrong. Never mind. I see color too. I don't dream in black and white. Okay, good night. Have fun in your dreams, Master Meatball. Yes. I'm sure David won't get too much sun. He's always reminding me to put on a hat. He's really good about that. He wears his hats all the time. I'm heading to 40. Dave's heading to 50. You're whatever. You're partying. Good. Oh my goodness, 301. I don't think I've had one of those. I'm glad I haven't. Well, he does. David wears a hat to prevent... He doesn't want the sun exposure. He's like... He's seen those videos. Have you seen those pictures of like... This person's 80 and this person's 80. Here's the guy that has been exposed to sun, all wrinkled like a prune. Here's the guy that was a monk living in a monastery and has never seen the sun, and he looks like he's 30, even though he's really 80. So, no, David doesn't do sunscreen because, of course, why put poison on your skin? So he just puts on a hat and long sleeves. But, yeah, anyway. No, not a ski mask. Video holiday. Whoa, that's loud. Sorry. I didn't mean to do that. Politics for Dummies, I closed out of your link. It was too loud. I know, you can get organic, non-poisonous sunscreen. Can you convince David of that? 95% of your skin hasn't seen the sun in years either. Sun, a little sun is good for you though, because it does, you actually create vitamin D when you have the sun. Speaking of which, I need to get more vitamin D supplements because we don't get enough. Hello, DTE. Catch you later. Okay. We don't get enough vitamin D usually up here in the Pacific Northwest, but we have gotten it. But it's kind of funny, even though it's hot, it's like this weird, like, hazy hot.
Yeah, you notice that?
It's not like super sunny hot.
It's hazy hot, you're right.
It's like a haze.
The whole overcast thing. The bunnies are still living in the parsley patch.
Oh, they're so cute. They're like baby bunnies living in the parsley patch.
It's the cutest thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
By far.
Definitely.
It's amazing.
They're like baby bunnies. Either that or they're fully grown, but the parsley has
parsley moles.
No, it's like stunted their growth.
You know, they look like they're getting a little bigger, but they're eating the parsley for diet.
That's
they're living
good.
on parsley. It's amazing.
The parsley bunnies. Yeah, it is like humidity, but it's not too humid. I mean, I've been around humidity. We're on the West Coast, and I mean, there's sun, but it's like more of a haze. It's kind of weird. Really, really hazy. You're on the West Coast and there's no sun. We're all doomed. Yeah, it's like smoky. Where's the smoke coming from? They claim that it's going to be smoking. I'm like, but where's the smoke coming from? It's not really that cloudy. Not really cloudy. Sarah, what's your weather source? Well, it was weather.com, but something went wrong with my webpage. Oh, it's coming from BC. There's a big... Canada's on fire. Oh, okay. I see. Poor Canada. They have all those awesome trees. Guess you have to cut down the trees so they don't catch on fire. If only we could harness that energy and use it during the winter. Yes, we do have jets nearby. All right. Openweathermap.org. Current weather forecast. See that picture on that site that you just sent me, Misanthropy? Misanthropy? That's what the sky looked like today. Like that haze.
Yeah, it was a hazy day.
All right.
The evenings are very pleasant, though, I must say. It's really nice. I went out at 2 in the morning just walking around.
Oak Harbor, Washington, smoke. Because they said Canada's on fire, so that's why we're getting like this smoke thing.
Oh, really? Oh, no kidding. Wow. So we're getting hit with massive amounts of carbon pollution. Oh, how nice. No wonder everything seems kind of hazy, smoky. We have air filters going too, and it seems still of course the windows are open.
We're not getting light rain.
No, you know, that's really, really strange. Yeah, I thought my neighbor was having a little dinner fire kind of thing.
Well, your neighbor probably is, but...
Yeah, but it is kind of hazy all around the area. We saw that. We traveled around the area today, looking at amazing places. We went up to Anacortes, checked out the ferry terminal. Beautiful up there, absolutely gorgeous. I can see why people buy their homes up there. Very pricey homes in Anacortes. And they've got they can almost see Russia from outside of their window. Dave shows us weather maps every night. We should be a pro by now. Well, you know, that weather prediction mapping that's been going on is showing our area getting a lot more moisture, and Southern California getting dried up. So everything above San Francisco or San Jose is really getting wet. Everything below San Jose is getting dehydrated. You know, Anacortes has kind of an uppity feel, but it's a nice area because all these people have a lot of money. They kind of have this air about them. I mean, I was amazed at the wine rack at the local Safeway. It's phenomenal. I mean, you'd be hard-pressed to find
Tomorrow's
a better wine
even
rack.
Hotter.
Oh, really? Hotter tomorrow? Oh, really? Well, maybe I should go to the south of France. What is the temperature in
You know,
Nice?
it's funny though. Look at this.
Yes.
We should take we could go to LA. It's actually cooler in LA.
Really?
Than,
I heard it was 90 in LA today.
Does that site have one for the whole U.S. like weather.com does?
Yeah. You hang out at the Walmart, huh? In the racks division. So the largest ever dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico right now.
See?
the whole all of California, all of Washington is getting hit by the red
Well,
zone.
that's cooler than normal.
Yeah. I think LA had 90 today. That's what Scissorfied said. Well, yeah, I suppose. Okay.
Yeah, I suppose if I did go to there, I could visit Scissor Fight.
Well, I'm not sure because the Jamba Juice is right down the street. We could all meet at Jamba Juice. You know, I'd meet him over there at Jamba Juice. Yeah, it's a great place.
Oh no, I didn't save your weather link.
Sarah and I, we have a good memory of Jamba Juice over in
But see, it says it right here.
75.
Oak Harbor, 71. LA,
75. Okay. So we're a little bit cooler still. Well, I think we should go to myweather.com and find out whether
today
Rothschilds are spraying the chemtrails this week.
The 10-day forecast for LA is 80s.
Yeah. It's going to be nice. It's 85, 83 in LA.
Yeah.
It's going to be fairly decent. If it's in the 90s or 100, then it gets a little difficult to travel in Los Angeles.
Well, it's kind of interesting.
I lived in Los Angeles, California, a city. My name's David. I'm not a cop. I lived in LA for about 35 years, Sarah. And it was there I found a lot of people just like you. Women, men, all struggling to get by.
Okay, openweathermap.org.
Oh yes, openweathermap.org. I believe that's the Rothschild chemtrail mapping site.
AccuWeather.
AccuWeather, yes.
Or Intellicast.
Just go to rothschildsweather.com.
Weather.com sucks.
Weather.com sucks.com.
Okay, I've got all the 3 weather sites.
Well, I could catch free seafood because I live near here, but
I have to convert all of your open weather site from Celsius, or just get used to Celsius.
yes, well, I think we can handle Fahrenheit for the time being. I think a license is more expensive than fishing at the Safeway Fish Department or the local fish. I think you can fish the fish department a lot easier and it's a lot safer. You know, and sometimes when you catch a big one, it's a lot cheaper too. If you get a fishing license, you got to hit the clamming every day, muscling every day.
It was able to be hacked, so Mark just turned it off. Zetterbeard.
Yes, Mark decided to end the show's counter.
Yeah, Los Angeles is a nice place to visit, but I'm sure it gets annoying.
Yeah, it was for 35 years. Well, thank you, Sarah. Let's switch row.
Switch.
Thank you.
Row.
Thank you. Ah, yes. Awesome. Oh, yes. Thank you. Thank you, your studio audience says. Thank you. Okay, we're ready for the final hour of the show. As you can see, the fun about the show is just interacting with the populace at large, you know. It's a nice place, but it gets a bit annoying. Well, you know, Froggy, I would go, if I were to land in LA, I would take the Newport Freeway all the way to the Slauson cutoff, and then cut off my Slauson. Now, I take the Newport Freeway all the way to the water. And if you park in that area, that residential area, it's free parking. Little tip. Little tip to the wise. If you want a beautiful beach, Newport is one of the most incredible. And then, of course, there's Laguna Beach. Talk about expensive ice cream cones. Yeah, everybody walks around with like a $12 ice cream cone. I like the deep dish ice cream cone with the extra crispy. Very amazing area. Should we tell Dave about the dream? What is the dream? What's your dream there, Spazamat? Spazamat has a dream. I have a dream that little black boys can play with, little black girls can play with little white boys. It's an extra crispy cone. It's a waffle cone, yeah. A waffle cone double scoop would be about $9 to $12 in any local area now. You'd buy a gallon of organic ice cream for $7. You had a $16 burger last night. It was burnt to a crisp. Oh, dude. See what I mean? The price is going up, quality going down. And was it even from America? Was the beef from China? Was it chicken? Chickadee chicken? Chinese chicken? Dave, Sarah had a dream that ATP was crowding her out of her life. Is that true? Or are you making that up? Wow. Coffee drips. I guess this is the end for Dave Davies.
And it was kept a secret by my mother. And I had always been kind of a admirer of his, not a fan per se, but I always loved his music. And my mother surprised me one day and brought...
Surprised me. So we're still looking into the theory that Michael Jackson is Dave Daves. Dave Dave is the guy he befriended when he was a burn victim. But he could be wearing a face mask that looks like Dave Dave. The irony is Dave Dave was the same height as Michael Jackson. His face was burned by his father, who threw kerosene on him and lit a match to him. You didn't know about the story of Dave Dave? Well, maybe you should get into researching Michael Jackson, who he was. He was a performer at one time. Yeah, you might have remembered him. Talk Nazi extermination as I film mass what? Kafka Winston World is going deep into the world of Nazism tonight. I cannot see why that is so... Something we need to talk about this.
From national and the second socialista, so there we go. Hitler changed the name of the German Workers' Party to put in National Socialist to emphasize the socialism that was at the heart of Nazism.
Your book also talks about how Planned Parenthood founder Margaret Sanger inspired the Nazi racial theories.
Okay, more fun stuff later tonight with Kafka's Winston World. Yeah. Okay, great. You need to go. Okay, thank you for coming in, Abnormal. Take it easy. Don't drink too much. Thanks for that link, Scissorfight. Yeah, I'm glad that we've had a little bit of an awakening in the show. You know, slowly but surely we're beating the bad guys. And don't forget, we are the home of the invisible fence. My idea originally was a 1,000-mile fence. Trump copied it and said he wanted to build a wall, 1,000-mile wall. And then we automatically came up with our invisible fence. My idea, using the concept of active denial system created by the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, this system will virtually electrify your body. Yep. It's like a ball of light, except it hurts. It's very painful. So it can definitely get hot. Okay? That's my technological innovation for the century. And all I did was piece two ideas together, and I think we've got something. And Donald Trump is lying again. More lies, and a video from, I believe it's Spanish. Yes, there's a parody video of Trump tonight. You want to do the Sloopy dance later? Ooh, that's kind of a cool electric picture. Oh yeah, I didn't realize that was going to hit you so hard with the bass. Sorry about that. But that's kind of the electric fence effect. It comes at you and it's like, ooh, microwaving my skin. No, thank you. It's a feel-good movie. Yeah. Hey, David, could you say... No, I can't. Jacob, well, it'd be nice to talk to people at YouTube. I'm getting to know you. And we're slowly encountering people in other rooms like iVlog. Like Froggies and iVlog hanging out. So at least we've camped out in multiple chat rooms, so we're not all Vaughn-centric. Well, human cannonball border crossings would be interesting, yeah. They would go through the microwave very quickly. That's a good point. We might have to worry about the cannonball move. But we can also make barriers, you know, other like rolled barbed wire before the fence gets near the invisible fence. So you won't get, if you get too close, it won't, you know, zap you too much. Zzz, zzz, bzzz, that kind of thing. Well, I cast on his site. He lives with his mother. He's made $13.7 million censoring me. We have a very interesting symbiotic relationship that I didn't ask for. So it's all against my will that I'm censored. I never asked for my video count to be shut down. And we've documented it's been shut down for 8 days now. Yeah, the Marina torch fire. It's on, Mama June. Yeah, I heard. Dubai. You've got 4.5 minutes video of that. That's excellent. We'll take it. Why not? Zzz. Tennis. Winston World. Jimmy Kelly has the FBI revealing financial records. Yep, on Trump. It's a warm one, I'll tell you. I didn't live with my mother, no, in her bedroom. No, I didn't. I didn't nurse or anything like that. I think I emancipated from my mother at 18 months. Isn't that the emancipation age when the baby breaks away from, you know, the absolute nursing stage? I don't really know. His mother is a stepmother, so it's not uncommon. It's not unusual to have feelings for each other. Da 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 da. I don't know, man. I have no idea anything about them. I have never even met Mark publicly, or his mother, so I have no idea. I've never even Skyped with him. It's a very distant relationship. David doesn't do any You Don't Stop dance breaks. No, I haven't been doing the dance breaks because it's so damn hot, Sam is out. This is summertime. I do those in the winter. Yeah, I need the exercise in the winter. Okay, we got a question of which one is real tonight.
Now I want you to watch the agent that jumps onto the back of the car. You see? The agent is already on the car. Let's back it up a little so you can watch it again. As you can see, he's already on the car. Let's go a little bit forward. Jackie Kennedy is crawling out of the car. The agent is already on the car. We have this iconic photograph of Jackie Kennedy in the same position that she's in on the original video, but the agent isn't on the car. But in the video, he is already on the car, continues to stay on the car and push her into the car.
Yeah.
So what's going on here with this photograph that's supposed to be original and this original video?
Yeah.
Because as you can see, he's already on the car before Jackie Kennedy gets into that position in the photograph. Not to mention these people in the background that I just highlighted in green. Those people are supposed to be somewhere in the original footage.
Yeah.
Right about there.
Right.
That I just put down.
You're right.
In red.
Yeah. We've been
See
lied
them?
to.
But they're not.
We've been lied to. It's that simple.
They're nowhere in this footage.
Exactly. Good point.
I mean, they're supposed to be somewhere. They're supposed to be somewhere in there.
Somewhere over the rainbow.
There's nobody there. Nobody.
It's all fabricated, folks. They had the Zapruder tape.
Have a great day.
You too. They had the Zapruder tape for 2.5 weeks, the FBI did, before they released it to public viewing. And we know that the lot happened. There was a 2-second delay. We know from the Zapruder tape that something was masked over. And it was the stopping of the car. There's like 15 frames that were missing. The car stopped so that every single angle could be covered, and the president was shot from multiple angles. And we play a movie called JFK to 9/11. It's all a rich man's trick. Everything's a rich man's trick, which goes deep into detail about how there may have been 8 different shooters working for the mob that took out John F. Kennedy. Forget about it. And all of it is because the mob has been running our country since JFK was assassinated. So let's face it. We'd never had any restitution, no real clarity from any of our investigations, the Warren Commission report. And then we go on to the 9/11 Commission report, and that too is a disaster zone. Filled, riddled with questions, credible questions of why they didn't even cover a demolition. All of these things make us really quizzical and skeptical and disbelieve our own government. And I'm having a hard time believing that aliens exist, you know. If somebody said that it was an alien sitting on my shoulder right now, I would probably say no way. But, you know, you can be told a lot of things. You're told to believe a lot of things, too. I've yet to believe that aliens exist, although I believe UFOs are very suspicious. The government may very well have some high-tech capabilities they're not letting us know. In fact, the technological curve may be, for the government, like this, and for us, more like this. And it's possible that their highest level technicians and experts, even AI, is accelerating at an exponential speed right now, giving us the ability to do orbic transport, electromagnetic fluctuations, phased array radar, weather manipulation using chemtrails, and a variety of other techniques. Or perhaps even the ability to become invisible with video cloaking technology. I mean, not a lot of that stuff is known. But we may very well have a case where our government knows a lot more than we do. And if that's the case, I will offer the full disclosure promise, the see steady promise, that if we do encounter alien beings when I'm in the presidency, and I can touch them physically, make physical contact, looking at a CGI image is not going to make me believe in aliens. If I can physically touch one, then I will tell you that I have indeed touched an alien. It's kind of like touched by an angel, except touched by an alien. Yes, so if this alien does exist, and I can touch it, it'll be something I'll say to the American people, yes, I touched an alien. And then the sound of the angels will come, you know. Hallelujah. But I really don't believe in aliens. I know that's a little bit wild, but no, I told you you get $400 a month. Every person individually would get $400 in this plan to get everybody money. And I've even talked about ways. Did you burn one? No. Smoke a doobie with an alien? I don't know. I don't want to get any kind of weird herpes from an alien. You know? Here, dude, smoke this. It's an alien joint, dude. I need something to cool me off, so I need something to cool my background off, because it is a warm night. Unseasonably warm. Yes. I'm sure Oprah's got air conditioning at her house down the street. Tom Selleck lives near here, too. I'm sure he's got air conditioning. I just never bothered to put it in here in Washington. You know, it's like, why bother? A hot wine on a hot night can't possibly cool you off. Plus, I don't drink. It's sweltering. Here we go. This will cool me off. Ah, see how instantly the mind is playing a trick with everybody and saying, oh yeah, there he goes. I could be underground, under my Ice Age structure here in the fantasy world I'm building in my mind. Welcome to my fantasy world. Hey boys and girls, welcome to America's Third Party. Would you like to be my neighbor? Hi neighbor. It's 110 degrees in Southern Oregon. Man, I cannot believe you all splitting down, getting down and dirty. Warm, warm, warm. And then the smoke from Canada. I didn't realize it created an inversion layer, and it's like we're being microwaved here in the Washington state. Trump really wanted to play the president in Sharknado? Are you serious? How Sharknado cast its C listeners and nearly landed Trump as president. Wow. What the hell is Sharknado? Months before he declared himself a candidate, Trump was set to play commander-in-chief in the schlocky sci-fi film franchise that has lured everyone from Ann Coulter to Charo for cameos, while regular Tara Reid makes a quarter of one male co-star's pay. Wow, so he was going to become part of the franchise, huh? Well, he's become such an immense profiteer that it's ridiculous. Conflict of interest laws, everybody. Not cool. We have a movie background here that would be appropriate. Or the castle. You know, the castle, famous safety zone. It's my safe haven where I go to for calm peace. My inner sanctum. Yes, welcome to the castle. So when I have to come up from here, I'm ready to go. David, are you rich? No, actually not. I'm not rich. I'm wealthy. Rich is when you're a man like Donald Trump, who's got a mere billion or two. Wealthy is beyond rich. Dave wants more trannies in the military. I do. I really believe that the trannies are going to be fine in the military, and we're going to be facing a real problem with a lot of class action lawsuits due to what Trump did. I will play my song, Robert. I will play it now. Play my song. You know, I've got a lot of different music, not just my song. I've got other cuts of the same thing, really. Let me see if I can play some. Here's Melt Away.
You make me melt away. You're my Mr. Right, my Mr. Right, too good to be true. You spin my world around, 'cause you're the peace I find. If you sweep me off my feet, my heart stops to beat. 'Cause you make me melt away. My Mr. Right, too good to be true.
Okay, our investigative team of Scissor Fight and Scissor Fight just came up with the answer to the question about JFK. Thank you, Scissor Fight. So this picture this guy was measuring up against, looking at the fine body of the late First Lady, is part of a reenactment in Houston. Yeah, it's a picture that was taken from the reenactment. The action was all part of a made-up TV reenactment movie being filmed in Dallas. So that's the reason why there's nobody behind the picture. Okay, we answered our question. Thanks for that, man. You're good. You got the right answer there on that one. Scissor Fight does a lot of deep research. Very interesting. David could sell his song for millions. He doesn't even get it. I don't think you understand, 4474. I don't need millions of dollars. If I needed millions of dollars, do you think I could do this show every night from my castle? Mr. Right has reached the #1 spot in the UK Billboard charts. Well, the invisible fence is clearly invisible, so yeah, invisible moat would be more difficult to achieve. Scissor Fight is amazing as well. He has the talent to create such amazing introductions. Of course, I could be immensely popular, and I already am. Or I can be a billionaire, which many people dispute that maybe I am a billionaire pretending to be a poor man. Some people believe that possibly I'm so wealthy I am afraid to talk. We don't take calls from the riffraff in Florida. Sorry. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to the show. I am pretending to be, just for fun, a really wealthy guy who lives in a castle. And I thought it would be kind of hilarious to run with that story for a night. But we're really kind of facing bigger problems than me having fun with the show and pretending to be wealthy. Obviously, the country can't afford to have a person like Trump as president for much longer. He's destabilizing the course of our foreign policy. He's reluctantly signing sanctions, which both House and Senate have signed off on against Russia, but did it reluctantly. He's acting like a person who knows what he's doing when he doesn't, which is not a good sign. If you don't know what you're doing, definitely pass the torch to somebody who does. So I think if Donald were to stabilize right now and just deal with the current trial that's coming up, I think that would be better than for him to be running his mouth off on Twitter all the time about everything to divert our attention. If he wants to put this behind him, he's going to have to present truth instead of just lie after lie after lie. But more than likely, we're going to see him nailed to the platter there with Robert Mueller's investigation team. And we're going to ask him specific questions as to, they're going to say, why did you purposely say that you fired James Comey to end the Russian investigation? Did you know that that was obstruction of justice? Were you versed with your attorney's information at the time that that was obstruction of justice? They're going to want to find out what was going on through the mind of Donald Trump at that time to get to whether they're going to press charges for obstruction of justice. They're also going to be looking at his tax returns to see if the Russian involvement has been heavy, and if he has indeed been siphoning money left and right and getting loan agreements with Russia as he moved forward pretending to be a billionaire, which makes life very confusing when you're listening to a person say he's got billions and billions when he's borrowing the money from Russia. It's like anybody can go out there and sell their soul to Russia and then pretend to be an honest man, which is what he pretended to do. And he's not an honest man. He's a complete pathological liar. We know it for a fact now. The question is, how quick can they stop the Trump machine? And will it affect the economy when he is removed from office through whatever means? So we will see. Right now we're riding a really good wave. I think the stock market is still up it's in the black today, or yeah. It's over 22. Yeah, it's in record territory. The Dow Jones Industrial Average has skyrocketed under Trump. So it's almost like, well, how can we not want Trump as our president? And that's kind of his argument. He's pushing the fact that he thinks that he's good for business. So it's going to be a matter of getting to the truth behind the rigged statistics in the stock market and the Russian involvement in Trump's campaign, and what will take force. Will it be the stock market dropping that'll trigger the resignation process? More than likely. Will it be an earth-shaking event where the sex tapes are finally revealed and Donald is standing back watching a PP going on among prostitutes? I mean, all that can be dithered and blurred out so that people don't see anything, but it would be extremely damaging and it would send the stock market skyrocketing downward. Or would it? You don't know, because the stock market can do anything it wants. According to this article, the Mexican cartels are a threat to the safety of U.S. citizens. Wow. Gold is at $12.67, continues to go up. Silver up to $16.66.
If you don't believe that gangs affiliated with Mexican drug cartels are bloodthirsty savages, then you need to hear this story. This is crazy.
Okay, that's coming up tonight in 20 minutes. We'll add that to the list. Whew. So we do a late night show for all of you insomniacs that really want to catch our videos. We probably should play our show, you know, the repeat of our video show. We really should. We expand out, give people more time to watch some of these great videos that come in. Yeah. 320 million people. This country's really grown. But we're still nothing compared to India and China in terms of population. Our country is pretty small, relatively speaking. All right, somebody was putting a thing out there. Keeping it cool. There's another take on this thing, feelings.
America's Third Party has been running campaigns since 2008 for the presidency, and we've taken on some amazing challenges. We've even had to craft TV spots just to deal with these challenges, like this one.
Hi, good morning. As you can see, I'm still wearing the shirt I wore last night and yesterday at Blog TV. It's exhilarating to do Blog TV. We've been having an incredible time. This is in fact day 54. I thought yesterday was day 54, but we did a recount and we determined that today is day 54 as we approach the election. And as your potential write-in candidate, David John Sponheim, I'm here to show you my hybrid electric vehicle. It's not a plug-in hybrid. That's something I want to build at the U.S. Auto Corporation that I want you, the people, to own. Check out this vehicle.
Isn't that a beautiful car? Everywhere we go, we get looks.
Yeah, in fact, that car is exactly like it was in 2008 when I made that video. Exactly, and I love it. I loved it so much I got Sarah one a couple of years ago, and she loves it too. She got an automatic. I have a 5-speed, but it gets 55 miles per gallon, and it's really a terrific vehicle. The Honda Insight. Well, that's the problem that I've been having. I've been getting younger. I can't really explain it. It's an odd anomaly. I wish I could explain it to most anybody, but it's hard to. Yeah, I'm going pretty soon. I'll be in the fetal condition with a rattler sucking my thumb, and I'll be 4 or 5 years old. Regression therapy. Yeah, well, part of the trick is really living right, having a woman in your life that is very, very comforting, and she really is. Sarah has been amazing. Lowering your stress levels. That was 2008, 8 years after my parents passed away. I was still kind of unwinding and finding out where we were going, and I was taking on this huge task of starting a third party. And it was a big, bold move, and I think the stress was heavy after 50 days. I did 10 hours a day to get to that point where I looked like that. Yeah, 5 years old in 2060. But I think what the part of the deal is, you just have to reduce the stress in your life. And when you do that, a lot of things extend out. And I've been reading a lot about aging and gerontology, and it all boils down to the way you carry yourself and how many stressors are in your life. Now, kids are a big stressor for a lot of you, and really, in both pictures I look high. Well, good. If you don't recognize that stress is a killer, then you just have to just kick back and let things happen around you and just relax. You're not going to change the world around you instantaneously. So you just have to give up to the idea that, hey, you know, things are going to happen whether you like it or not. That kind of comforts a lot of people, because most people think that they can control their universe. Not always. Not always. Sometimes it's out of control. So we have new energy, renewable energy solutions like the vertical windmill and the ocean pipeline. And we've got all these ways in which we can generate fresh water that we talk about in our book, Hybrid Capitalism. And I'll tell you briefly about this. It's That's right. It was moved. I won't be telling you about that. All right. I'd further recommend that Windows is anti-protection and those using such a system is investigated. Okay. Here's a story from Politics for Dummies. German authority rules that streamers require a 10,000 euro broadcasting license. Okay. For League of Legends, German authority is temporarily ruled that Twitch streamers will need to purchase an expensive license to stream video on the site. Because of outdated laws, streaming is lumped under the same category as television or radio broadcaster. Well, it'll be expensive for German streamers to show off our list of the best games of 2016 on Twitch. Wow. So they're rolling out censorship from Germany, of all places, on Twitch. Now, we've already been banned on Twitch, by the way. IP banned. So we can't do a show there. For no reason. It's kind of sad, isn't it? Yeah. I think slow's on. Let's make sure slow's off. Thank you. And let's unban all. I'm not sure what's happening there. The two most hilarious things NASA has ever said. Yeah, I mean, can you imagine putting that barrier in front of streamers? This is ridiculous. The internet will morph around it. Believe me, there'll be new gaming sites opening up all over the internet soon. I'm sure. What a joke. All right. True Stream Media.
Let's start this video by pretending that you believe everything NASA says, like so many Americans do, despite the fact that of all government agencies in existence, NASA has one of the shadiest foundings of all time, complete with hundreds of Nazis shuffled over to America secretly after World War II in Operation Paperclip, including their star, Werner.
Yeah, the whole connection between NASA and Operation Paperclip and Werner von Braun really makes you wonder about the authenticity of all the work that we get from NASA. It makes people wonder. Germany really is a problem right now. I think that the serious refugee crisis, which is ballooning out in various cities, will have to be dealt with. You know, I'm surprised that obviously France is dealing with a similar Parisian issue. And Macron will not have to ignore this problem. He'll have to deal with it. But I'm surprised that they haven't created exclusion zones in both France and Germany for people who are not fully legal in their countries. I know that sounds kind of weird, but it may be the only defense against terrorist attacks within the country by raging groups of marauding terrorists like immigrants. And these people have been known to, in France, to have a terrible reaction to not having a job for 15 years. I mean, what would you do if you didn't have a job for 15 years? You want some cash. You got to get some cash, man. So if you deprive people of the cash, they're going to have to, you know, do other things and get into hashish or heroin or dealing cocaine or any number of illegal means of achieving their cash. So that's what's really happening in France and Germany. It's a breakdown of this immigration crisis happening. So I'm surprised that they haven't started exclusion zones. It's the only method I think that they're going to achieve peace in those countries. Oh, you're on one of those 15 milligram Xanaxes? Yeah, I heard that those are no longer being doled out. They can really put you under. I remember somebody I met took one of them and sat down in a restaurant. And we had to literally carry him out the door. He was completely... Oh, he couldn't even walk. You're going to lose time too, yeah. So we're not just about, you know, an invisible fence at the border with using the active denial system, but we're also about renewable energy solutions. So we're not completely trying to turn our country into some dystopian nightmare with a fence along their border. We don't want anyone to be hurt. We just don't want a massive influx of people coming into the country. That's the core belief, and if we can achieve it with a cheaper solution, we will. So obviously the defense system has already got this active denial system in their repertoire of solutions. So why not use it? Why not put it to use? So the active denial system is up and running and capable. If we put it on every sentinel every 1 mile away, we'll be able to provide a microwave beam to protect our country from anyone marauding into our nation.
These service personnel playing the role of an unruly mob at Georgia's Moody Air Force Base are about to fall prey to an invisible ray. The hulking panel atop this Humvee is part of what the U.S. military calls the Active Denial System, or ADS. It's designed to incapacitate enemy combatants with an unnerving, non-lethal sensation of intense heat. Watch as the ray silently strikes and scatters the crowd.
The active denial system has 3 great characteristics. First of all, it's safe. Second, it's effective. And third, it has a tremendous range compared to the other non-lethal weapons that today's warfighter has.
This is the heart of this 100 kilowatt transmitter. This is the gyrotron. 200 kilowatts of electricity is fed in, and 100 kilowatts of radio frequency comes out. That millimeter wave energy comes out an aperture underneath the main reflector, hits the subreflector, which illuminates that main reflector, and sends a roughly antenna-sized beam downrange.
Okay. So that antenna-sized beam can be, you know, right there, protecting our country. Yeah, especially blueberries in your fruit drink. One of the things I've been doing to stay youthful and healthy is to do a fruit smoothie, you know, whenever I feel kind of, you know, pick her up. There's a couple things you can do to make yourself live longer, too. One of them is to take in products called turmeric. And turmeric is an amazing product. I've been hearing so many good things about turmeric. It's in yellow mustard. You'll see it on the label. Yeah, you know, like French's yellow mustard, they have it in there. Whereas Dijon mustard doesn't have it. But it is an amazing product that has been proven by gerontologists to extend life. You take turmeric. I just heard from somebody who had type 2 diabetes that's been getting results from turmeric. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, indeed. And I always remember that 96-year-old uncle I had who used to offer everybody a hot dog and mustard. And I remember him saying, "Don't you know, Dave, mustard's good for you." And I was like, yeah. And I swear he put like a lot of mustard on there. He's like, "I like mustard." He was from Massachusetts. Turmeric is pronounced. Yeah, let me give you the proper. Apparently, you don't have the ability to. Yeah. It's turmeric, not turmeric. Right.
Turmeric powder.
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 Turmeric powder. In Korean?
시황 가루.
한정 타월. Would you like to try Chinese or Japanese? Latvian. Or possibly Spanish.
Polvo de cúrcuma.
Polvo de cúrcuma. Would you like to try another language? Norwegian.
Gurkemeierpulver.
Gurkemeierpulver. It is a different pronunciation of turmeric powder. Do you have another question for me, or do I have to go to another sector to find information for the show? We are in defragmentation mode. Hold, please.
Turmeric powder. Ürkemajepulver.
Maybe Welsh.
Powder turmeric.
Powder turmeric. All right, thank you. Trump tried to coerce the Mexican president to change his stance on the wall. An Australian prime minister on taking back of refugees. Oh, man. Uh-oh. YouTube is screwing us again. Vid.me has something. You know, they're really putting the crunch on people right now. They really are on YouTube. You got 20 bucks, you're going to find a hooker and get a BJ. Wow. For $20. What part of the world do you live in? I didn't realize people could do that for 20 bucks. Man. Yeah. Trump tried to coerce
This is
Mexico.
how we get fucked, people.
Wow. I didn't realize people are telling people how to do that. The way you pronounce it, I mean. It is basically the same. We are going now to the video here. Okie dokie. Dave's 009. James Bond. Spectre Filming, Westminster Film. The name's Bond. James Bond.
Dai su un binocolo della mare, si scampano.
The Spectre Filming on Westminster Bridge in London. Is this a new Bond film with Mark Wahlberg? Yeah, maybe in Vietnam, $20 you could get you a back rub too, but you get 10 bucks and change, man. You got a good deal going, man. You go to some dank place where they offer genital herpes on your mouth. I just can't believe people would come in the room and say that in my chat room. I feel offended and hurt. It was very hurtful. A nuclear waste concrete moat. Now you're thinking. Have you thought of any nuclear waste no man's land, well, cheap and free? You know, that's not a bad idea, Bog Monster, is to put all of our nuclear waste in a kind of a solid glass form and carry it down to the border and have Trump set it out there by himself with his hands. I don't think carrying nuclear waste is going to be too safe, and it would be very dangerous to put it at the border. But the invisible fence can run on a backup battery system, so no need to worry. Plus, there's rolled barbed wire, you know, between us and Mexico. Or there will be, I should say. Very easy to put rolled barbed wire, 16-foot rolls. Well, all we have to do really is dig a straight terrain across the long distance with a D6 or D10 tractor. And run a major roll of rolled barbed wire out there. And then just extend it out. Make it 16 feet high so it's about 4 feet dug in the ground. Yeah. Now, if we could hook that up to electric wire, we could do that too, and make an electrified fence behind the microwave just to be on the safe side. Or in front of the microwave, you know, electrified rolled barbed wire and then the microwave. What do you think? You think the microwave should go in front of the electrified barbed wire, or should the electrified barbed wire go in front? So if you want the microwave in front of the barbed wire, you press 1. If you want the microwave behind the barbed wire, press 2. Amazon's new refund policy will crush small businesses. Outraged sellers say. You don't want a microwave. Wow, Rick finally came out and said he doesn't want a microwave. Right on, man. That's why I encourage free speech here, Rick. Yep. You don't want no stinking microwave, okay? Rick, do you have family down in Mexico who need to come into the country? Mexico's not paying for it, yeah. This is from the New York Times. Transcripts show how contentious Trump's calls were with Mexican and Australian leaders. You need to pay for the fence, I said so. Yeah. President Trump engaged in contentious telephone calls with leaders of Mexico and Australia in his early days in office. What a jerk. Pressing them to make concessions to satisfy his own domestic political needs. In exchanges so sharp, he said, talking to President Putin of Russia was more pleasant. Transcripts of his call with President Nieto of Mexico. Oh, and Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull of Australia confirmed previous news reports of tension during the conversations in January. Well, at least he had transcripts of his phone calls, because we don't know what he said to Putin. Vladimir, do you want me to shave, or should I wear some shaving cream down below? I mean, what were they talking about for 3 hours and 17 minutes? Vladimir, you've got a very nice body. I mean, what the hell? What do you talk about with a guy for 3 hours and 17 minutes, and we don't know what they said? What do you want me to do to keep the sex tapes from getting out, Vladimir? Mr. Trump, you're not going to have to look very far to find what I want to get from you. These sex tapes, babe, they're very bad for you. I mean, you can only imagine the threatening, weird world of the possible sex tapes being parlayed back and forth. We are not going to give you original tape of sex tapes. It's been copied many times by Kremlin and Politburo. Electric eels in the river. Great idea. So what about the Meow TV's idea of a moat and put electric eels in there? Really good thinking, guys. Brilliant. Excellent idea. Guess 223. Electrify the Rio Grande. They talked about Trump brothel in Russia. I think maybe Trump's going to take his Trump escort service to maybe Moscow. He was probably asking him if he can open up like an escort service in Moscow under his Trump brand. They are. I've seen an eel. Have you seen freshwater eels? They're not exactly safe. The calls to leaders prove Trump can't negotiate squat. Well, yeah, he can't talk to anybody. I mean, he has the attention span of a tsetse fly. I have an invisible fence. How can you argue with that? Y'all didn't think of that one, did you? I came up with the invisible fence when a very nice person came in, Eddie Ecuador, and told me about the active denial system in the military. Without this tip from Eddie Ecuador, you probably know him online. Well, I probably wouldn't have pieced this together in my mind. Yeah. I thank Eddie Ecuador for doing that. Came in and told us about this thing. This whole video came from him. I didn't know the History Channel featured this. Whew. 2 minutes to the start of the vid.me story, a 5-minute story about the breaking point with YouTube censoring, using the internet and technology to censor people. Pretty sad. And it's kind of a new phase we're all facing. Those of you who publish and try to do the best to share the truth about what's going on in the world are always faced with censorship. I got censored very early on, and I never complained because there's really nobody to complain to. So in lieu of that, I've been still doing the show, and they haven't kicked me completely off of YouTube. So we use it as a storage area for our videos, basically. But you see the videos in archive when you go to our website, americasthirdparty.com. Here's an electric eel versus man.
E parece que me tá encurralado com a rede. Roda não. Se rodar...
You know, I don't want to play this because this looks like somebody being tortured. I mean, who the hell would stand in a pond with an electric eel in it? I mean, come on. Seriously? Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. Oh. Yeah, I think that was torture. I'm not really into snuff films, but dude's going down, yeah. I mean, that was really sick. You ought to be ashamed of yourself. No, is that a good movie? Is that about two girls that find a cup? Eric, you're getting nasty now. You ought to hang out with Jack Nicholson. You and he would get along. I understand he has a house in Beverly Hills with a tunnel, the Playboy Mansion. Yeah, it'd be weird to hang out with a Jack Nicholson. You're on your like third or fourth vodka. Hey, you want to go to the tunnel? No, I don't. Yeah. Well, that's it, folks. That's all. That's all, folks. We do the best we can. It's been a nighttime of heat here on the West Coast. There's been a fire in Dubai. Massive fire, but luckily nobody was hurt, and they had a chance to get everybody out of the building. Isn't that great? Yeah, can you imagine having Jack Nicholson and all those hot tub Playboy bunnies? Hey, thanks, JJ, whatever. Hey, anytime, man. You know, we have a casual group here of just people like and chat and talk politics in the evening. And a lot of people come here for social life if they're, you know, kind of down on going out and hitting the town. So I don't mind being social life for people. It's certainly part of what we do. And thank you. Jacob, appreciate your input over at YouTube. I like you. Bartek says, you guys are all right. Thanks for coming into YouTube's live chat show. It's just getting started. People are finding out about it. Bookmark it, subscribe, whatever. All right, good night, everybody on YouTube. We'll see you guys later. Thanks for attending our Technology Thursday. Tomorrow is Freedom Friday. We'll be back up and running at 5 o'clock. And for all of you in our regular show, we are going to continue on with videos all the way into the night till 2 in the morning. So enjoy. I come in and chat. I often go on the mic and talk, but I usually go off screen. Take care. Good night. Take care. Have a good one. Adios.